Hello. I'm back. I say I'm back as if I left. I wasn't missing. Although I was on a trip. Hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist fun guy, art educator, funny silly little guy, and I'm here to talk to you about Limbus Company today. Again, just like we did last week. Hi, how was your weekend? Here in the US of A, we celebrated Labor Day. Labor Day, in the wise words of a Vinnie Vine Sauce. We did that on Monday. I went camping over the weekend, so I was not around, and I'm still catching up on missing many a thing while I was gone, because apparently not being around Monday was maybe not my smartest idea. But I had an interesting time camping. I saw some very pretty waterfalls. Do you have any picnic snacks like I asked? No. I have a little pasta salad. If you want a little pasta salad, I can give you that. Praise be to past laborers, thank you for weekends. Exactly. However, you know what's incredibly cruel is that most people who are laboring are still working. Do still work on Labor Day, which is so evil and cruel and unkind. And I'm not a fan of that. D-Elat, thank you for following. Also, Nicholas Ota, thank you for following too. Literally, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. My family makes it a point to not, like, go buy things or, like, do any of that on the- whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to be so close to you. I don't know why my head's so big right now. Make it a point to not participate in any of that stuff on the, Labor of Day, and you should too, but it is crazy that, people still have to work on the day that is supposed to honor labor. Crazy. Insane even. Wild! Also, as a part of my weekend, Jubby and I goofed up with the camping trip we were going on. I thought we were going to be camping in a cabin. I was misunderstanding. And Jubby thought that their brother was bringing us camping supplies because when we've gone camping with them before, they've brought supplies for us. But they didn't. So we slept in the car. And it was really cold. And I say we slept in the car more so as we wrapped ourselves in towels that were in Joby's car and sat in the car overnight because I don't think either of us slept. So we had a very interesting time. What can you do? Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Sorry to be that guy. I really do want to use your services. Sent both VGen requests and emails. I haven't received a reply yet. Could you please check them? Yeah, I will say, as far as the VGen request, which actually gets me just to a brief bit of housekeeping here, which is that, the consultations are still out scheduling about 2 months. I'm starting to catch up, and I think I'm actually going to close them from new applicants here in the next week so that way I can finally catch up. Because I hate that the scheduling is so far out. I am finally getting to some people, only because we've had cancellations, but I'm finally starting to get some people who were, like, applied to have a consultation in, like, February. Because the interest has been so crazy and fantastic. But I have, at any given moment, about 70 to 80 messages on VGen. And I can only get through so many of those for a day as the introvert that I am before I start running out of the ability to exist as a person. Because I am also still doing 4 or 5 consultations a day on top of responding to things. So yeah, everything is delayed. I'm doing my best. I'm so sorry. It's taking a long time. So I might close new applications for it so I can play some catch up, but I appreciate all of the interest. A day? Yeah. Yeah. Even on Mondays sometimes. On Mondays, between that and doing the live critiques, I'm critiquing a lot of models. I tell you, I've seen more VTubers than probably any other person on the planet ever. What can you do? Just do what you can, because that's what you can do. Yeah, I'm doing what I can, because that's what I can. That's all I can do is what I can do. 07. I'm moving as swiftly as I can, but if that doesn't tell you just the sheer quantity of people happening in that area, I don't know what will. But yeah. Dojo, thank you for following. So that was my part of my housekeeping. My second housekeeping is, hey, people who've signed up for consultations, who have applied for consultations. Hey, you, people, if you're listening, check your messages and your email, please. I'm begging you, I want to help you. But scheduling gets so goofy because people just don't respond to me, which is not made easier by the fact that I don't always respond super quick to things, but you gotta respond to me. If I offer you scheduling, you gotta respond. And then secondarily, right now especially, do check in because we've had a lot of cancellations for this month specifically, for September, because people didn't realize they were starting classes, so they scheduled time with me for when they're in class. So I am working on rescheduling that for the people who had their classes start, so they had to relinquish their current hold of a slot. And then those current slots, I am offering back up to other people. So do check your messages. I'm slipping into people who are like further down the line into those cancellation spots. So do check your emails and check your VGen. Please, I beg of you. I want to help you, but I can't help you if you don't respond to me. So yeah. Yeah. So that. Did I have any other housekeeping? I don't think so. I'm behind on like 4 different things right now, but that's mostly because there's just been a lot going on with holiday. So I can get us started on Limbus Company because I have thoughts, and I need to tell you that I am much better prepared for today than I was prepared for last week. Last week, I didn't realize how in over my head I was getting. This week, I have a much better grasp on terminology associated with this game and what is going on with the characters. So, thank God. I researched all the wrong things for last week, but it was because I didn't really have a good basis, so I needed some understanding. Now, this week, since I got some little bits of tidbits from you guys, I was able to sort of research more into the right categories and have a better understanding of who the characters are as a whole and what their goals tend to be, sort of across the board. So that did help me a lot in preparing for this week. So we are going to go through the remainder of the sinners, which I believe there's 7 of them, despite the fact, because Dante was still a sinner and counted towards that, despite not being a playable character, despite being the main character that doesn't fight, being strategist mayhaps. So we have to lock in, because I'm usually not so quick. I usually still struggle a little bit to get through 6 characters, so we have to pay attention. We gotta lock in, crewmates, take the keys, push me into the dollhouse, lock the door, take them, I don't know, throw them somewhere, don't let me out. I have to be in here, I have to be locked in. So I think the other half of what we have for today is, Heathcliff, Rodion. I'm gonna say half of these names wrong. It is just my unfortunate teacher debuff. When I say their name wrong, you're all welcome to scream at me, because I will say names wrong across the board for everyone. Teacher debuff. Rodion, Sinclair, Yisang, Ryoshu, Meursault, and Otis. Some of these names I can kind of get. Hi, Squiiji. How are you? Thank you for following. Yeah, names are hard. I say being the one named Squiiji, who spells their name E-G with a capital I, and people think my name is Leegi. I set myself up for failure. But you can shout at me when we get to that individual character that I'm saying their name wrong. I welcome it. And I'll fix it. I'll figure it out. But half of these names I've never heard said out loud ever before in my life. Can you tell I did a lot of reading as a child? All correct, and Meursault is French, so mispronouncing is fair. Meursault, okay, we'll get there. Is okay called Squiiji? Is that not what I just called you? How do you say your name? Preemptive screaming? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Scream in advance, get it out of your system. When we get to those individual ones, you can scream a little more. If you are looking for the rest of the sinners, I did cover them last week, although with a little bit more confusion going on, so we may rendezvous on them just briefly today, so I can say things now that I'm understanding them just a little bit better. I like that we're very focused on Mr. Salt. Mr. Salt is quite the name, okay. Hi, Seven Fruit. So, before we lock in, let me take roll. Who is all here for class today? Who made it? If you want to chime in. YouTube fellas, if you just say hi or here, that works. Twitch fellas, we've got the 1 point redeem that you can do if you would like. Let me see who all is here for class. I think, yeah, 12 minutes ago. Sadism, Kaiko, Nanomini, Edward Sugar Maple, I Live to Thrive, Rex T Hoshi, Refracted Fluff, Cotton Candy Floss, Chili of the Valley, Dojo? Is that a J? I think that is. Dojo. I don't stream with my glasses on, and that's maybe not the best choice for me. Frosty, Seasonal Sade, Selma, Lamia, Nilo, Seven Frub, Val, Amber, Panchos. How do you say your name if it's not Seiji, am I not reading it correctly? Is it because my name's EG that I'm reading your name wrong? I am so sorry. Mystery with no glasses, how I'm blind. I'm not that blind. My eyesight isn't that bad, but the words are little. Please tell me how to say your name. Plastic container, project Ice Spear? Yeah, Ice Spear. Damon Arashi, Project Spear, something you're following. YouTube fellas, let's see who's here. I gotta scroll back. Game Loser, Lai, Luca Rodriguez, Fink, Ked, X Musicana, Aaron Lloyd, Tammy, High Doppler, God Evil, Rolled Out, Marcos, Tom's the Fish, Burning Matt, Nameless Drifter, Background Character, Splix, Nomo, Nise Noor, Lai, again, Sufan. Hi fellas. You say it right, I was saying others pronounce it se instead of say. Oh, okay. Crazy first try correct name pronunciation for me. I usually don't get this, so I'll take what I can get there. My name is pronounced right too? Look at that, I'm on a roll, okay. Don't worry. So also, lurkers, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you as always, don't worry, you are marked down. And VOD watchers, I got you. Thank you for being here. VOD watchers of the future. Also, next week for Limbus Company, we are going to be looking almost exclusively at egos and NPCs. Because there's a couple NPCs who have very interesting designs that I feel would bear well to be taken a peek at. So, do me a favor and do comment which ones we should look at, because that was actually really helpful for today, figuring out what we should look at. So, you are welcome to yell at me in the comments, gently, kindly, with kindness in your heart, if I get things wrong, and also what things you would like me to look at next week, perhaps, maybe. When I first saw you, I was like, another EG name, let's go, EG solidarity! Your name is not pronounced Seiji? You're called Hushi? I'm calling you Hushi on purpose. I know what your name actually is. Let me see. Okay, so of our things that I have prepared here for us, the first thing that we need to...
and rice burners go ow 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 ow.
Thanks, Gary. That's very good to know. Thank you for alerting us, Gary, about what noises our appliances make. That's really very integrally related to the functioning of Limbus Company. I almost just said Lethal Company. Wrong LC. Also, Gary, you were supposed to read a completely other sentence, but you didn't read it. So let's try again and figure out why you didn't read this sentence, and then we will lock in.
Hey, it's Gary reading this message here.
Okay.
Beep.
So let's just speed run this. Is that where the problem was? Is it, we're in let's just speed run this. Is there an issue?
Beep.
Nope, there's a second issue. No, 2 Gary sentences of, I almost said hit. Let's not make that joke. Why is this not working? Hello? Try again. Try this.
I got this bit of paper that has words of Cole plus T were on it somewhere.
Okay. Oh, so this is the classic daily bit of trying to get me to sign papers, I'm going to guess?
I'm gonna ask you to sign.
True. Wait, hang on. What is this about copying and pasting? Is this self-awareness about the fact that Gary is gonna be broken?
You refused state. We will just copy and paste the signature on a different bit of paper, but I might be the words of a demon, but that's very disorable.
Disorable? Oh, see, I see where you screwed up, actually. You did say C-U-L-T, and that's a word he can't say. He's not allowed to say that? Oh, wait, that's our other housekeeping.
Signing will be on that bit of paper so I don't get into troop with my boss. Anyway, you say no, we say aw shucks, and we will continue on like nothing happened.
That is true, Gary. So, what Gary has described for us is the usual start to my stream, in which Gary does ask me if he can sign paperwork we found in the mail. I say no, because I do think that there is a nefarious organization that's going to try and steal my signature and use it for other things. Yes, the little dude is talking. He does speak to us. This is my son, Gary. And I do need to just briefly address a thing that is happening and is really confusing people. Can we call the thing that you are signing people up for or attempting to sign people up for before the stream starts something else? Anything else other than a union, please, because people are getting the complete and total wrong idea about me, and it's happened on like 4 different VODs now where I fear people are starting to think I'm anti-union. I'm not. I love unions. Please do not misunderstand. And I feel funny that I have to make the disclaimer at the start of every stream now that I am pro-union. The only thing I am against here is that there is a nefarious organization within my community, which is a CULT, that I do not believe in and should not exist. And they have, for some reason, decided to use the terming of forming a union to try and get people to join their efforts. And because I don't believe in the CULT, I therefore do not want people involved in the union that's associated with that, because it's not a real union, but I support real unions. Yeah, the inside joke is going out and the tourists are getting confused and starting to be concerned about me. No, I don't hate workers, no! So, can we just call it something else maybe, as just like a general note? Rename it, yeah, reassemble the idea into something else. I don't mind you making a joke of that capacity, but pick something that if I just like out loud say those words, people are not going to think that I hate the working class. I am the working class. I did send him a few tourists due to this. See, you're misleading them, Mirku. You're misleading them. I saw you bribing them with hot chocolate. We can't be doing that, okay? Yeah, you can dress them up as a horse. That's fine. We can do Trojan horses. That'll be relevant today in our Limbus Company looking. I am not big corpo EG. I am just a funny little mushroom, okay? Please believe me. You have to believe me. Yeah, so thank you for reminding me of my second housekeeping. My second note. Can we call them the Encore? Sure, you can call them something based in Limbus Company. You can call them a corporation of some sort. That's totally fine. You could call them the C Corps even, and then relate that back to what you're doing with your other things. Yeah. Call yourselves a society? Yeah, call yourself a society, a secret society. There's other words you could call yourself. Not N-Corp, okay? Maybe not. I don't know what that is. That's one of the corps from this game, I think, but I don't know that. Squiiji's a chaos-loving anti-worker that supports N-Corp. I don't know what any of that means. I don't think so. I don't think that that's probably true. I don't know what N-Corp is. I do love chaos a little bit, but I am pro-worker. Please don't misunderstand me. Let's lock in. Let's go look at... Let's figure out what's going on. Let's look at the rubric. And also, I'm going to talk us through some of my thoughts about Limbus Company sort of loosely as we get into it, because I was able to better describe some of the things that are going on between the last time you saw me and now. So let's teleport. Also, God, pray, cross our hopes and hope to die that the gnomes leave us alone today. I will deal with one single gnome occurrence in the music, but if we get a second gnome, I am not doing it. No more heavy on the gnome music. Can't do that. It might drive me completely insane. So let's go to the drawing area. Hello, my hand, please don't track. I'm not itching my face, that's okay. Encore is the ableist religion? Oh yeah, absolutely. I do not subscribe to that. Also, I'm in the wrong room. Try again. Try here, maybe. Bye. You guys can have one gnomes as a treat, but that's it. You're only getting one gnomes as a treat, because otherwise it's funny music that gets in my brain and makes my neurons stop firing, and we can't do that. It leaks in through the holes in my cap, and it just, like, scramble eggs my brain. We can't do that. So, to get us actually started here for realsies. Look at me, it's only been 25 minutes. I'm locked in. We're starting quick. We're starting fast today. Here is the rubric that I use for grading character designs in an effort to be as objective as possible and remove as much of my personal bias as I can. I'm also a teacher, so this is my true teacher fashion rubric. We also have the very last Rubric-chan design. Rubric-chan is a personification of our lovely rubric, and the Shroommates have been designing little personifications of it. Rubric-chan. This is the final one that has been submitted, so we're gonna start doing repeats next week, and theoretically soon we will reopen for more submissions for Rubric-chan. So this is Nanomino's very cute Rubric-chan. Look at the ruler and the bangs, my terrible purple grading color and my green grading color in the cape and the highlights. Look how cute. Yeah, we will have to make more Rubric-chans. Master Dragons, thank you for following. So, to quickly run us through our rubric, we have, actually, wait, hang on, before I run through rubric, actually disclaimers first. First, disclaimers. I have to do this in the right order because I rarely end up doing it in the right order. So, disclaimers. Hi, I'm Eiji. I don't know if you figured it out yet if you've watched my 25 minutes of nonsense. I'm just a silly little guy, a fun guy even. I am not the end-all be-all. I am just one character designer's thoughts on the designs of Limbus Company. I do have credentials. I have taught character design among other artistic things at the university level for several years. And I've also been exclusively doing character design related teaching for about a year now. So I kind of know what I'm talking about, I would say. I've got some credentials in this department, but I am just one guy's thoughts. And from the fact that I personally myself have not played this game, I am 100 million, 1,000 billion% going to miss things. I'm going to miss stuff, unfortunately. That is just the reality. So you are welcome to kindly, in the, chat as we are going, let me know if I have missed something. Do not one-guy me. Do not tell me falsehoods. Do not also play copyrighted music. YouTube, thank you. Do not one-guy me. I will nuke you from orbit. Despite the fact that I probably won't actually know you're one-guying me. Limbus Company fans, do gang up on each other if people are trying to lead me astray. Make it clear that that is what's happening, so that way I'm not misled in the characters. I did get one guide last week, despite our best efforts, just once. So don't do it. But you are welcome to kindly correct me and let me know if I've missed something. You are welcome to do so. So, I did, however, try and do as much research as I could this week. I have a much better understanding of the characters' motivations this week than I did last week, so we will potentially just quickly go back to some of the guys from last week. I understand the mechanics of the game a little better as well, which is that we are going to today focus on base IDs and egos. We have all the egos pulled. So those seem to be the two important things for gaining a understanding of the basic character as they are released to us initially. It is my understanding that most people do not use that base ego or base ID because they are using other IDs and other egos that have been released through the gacha mechanic of the game. But it is still important that even in the base form of characters, they be interesting and well-executed character designs. So that is why we're looking at those to start. We will also pull in recommendations of other IDs today. We are not going to be looking at egos today. We're going to focus on egos next week because there is so much going on in those. So, actually base egos are often really good. Hell yeah, honestly, okay, that's good then. So you guys will probably be sufficiently familiar with them. Yeah, see some base egos. Okay, good to note, good to note. Also looking at the bad end IDs. Potentially. We'll be looking at some suggestions of them, which last week did include a lot of those. And I know there's another phrase for them other than calling them the bad end IDs, but I don't remember what that one is right now. I do know the terminology better than last week. Yeah, capstone, that's what it was. Thank you, Nomo. Yes, capstones. The one guy shows up, we'll time them out. Thank you, Ever! Thank you! I have stinkier? Stinkier? What do you mean stinky? Interesting. Anyways, hang on, I gotta focus, I gotta lock in. What other disclaimers did I have here? I'm not a hater. I always have to say this. I approach character designs with the intent to understand them, the intent to enjoy them, and the intent to suggest angles for which they can be more effective. So even if it seems like I am being harsh on a design, it's not because I dislike it. It is often because I am seeing angles where they could be stronger, and I want characters to be as strong as they can be in conveying their concept and being appealing to us as viewers. Yeah. And then also, any grade that I'm giving to a character today within this universe of Limbus Company is not cross-comparable to grades I have given characters in other series. The grades that I give within Limbus Company are within the universe of Limbus Company, so don't be going, well, you gave so-and-so this grade in Genshin Impact. Why is this person getting this grade? I don't want to hear it. Because what is the word I'm looking for? The things that we are looking for to determine the success of the execution of a character is different depending on what series we're looking at. These metrics for success change depending on what series you're looking at. Therefore, what would be, on the metrics of Limbus Company, a 10 would not be a 10 in other series, obviously, because they are determining success and they're determining how they want to show their characters to us and what things we need to be gleaming from the characters. on a basis that reflects their own needs for the story. So, yeah. So, we'll get to that, but I'm out here. If I give somebody a lower or higher grade than someone from another series, they're only comparable within the series to any extent. I have any other disclaimers? We'll talk about uniforms later. I don't think this is a disclaimer. So, disclaimers aside, what are my criteria? Let's actually look at the criteria now. Yay! This is my rubric. You can get a score of 10 out of 10 for 2 points in each category. The categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. To get full points in color palette, it should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. Contrast should work at a distance. Color placement should support the focal point, etc. You will get no points if the palette has instances of low contrast or clashing. If I'm slapping color layers left and right, not fantastic. Also, I can't really highlight right now, although I kind of can. Interesting color palette. Interesting. That is an important part of this sentence, and this is often somewhere where gacha characters are a little bit lacking, especially in their base forms. We'll talk about that as we get to it. I do understand that they are wearing uniforms and they are meant to be grounded in their character designs. So, we'll have still some suggestions for how they can further interest in the color palette without straying from those things that they would like to focus on with being grounded and with being uniforms and all of that. Still do things with color undertones. Your blacks and whites don't have to be truly neutral. We'll look at that. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic, think of Mario. We can identify these famous fellas just by their silhouettes alone, and these characters should be able to do that similarly. Once again, these characters are meant to be more grounded, so they won't be as exaggerated perhaps as a Mario or a Sonic, or maybe even a Miku, but we can still give them some points of distinction in their silhouette that makes it very clear and obvious who they are based on that alone, despite the fact they are wearing a uniform also. You will get no points for silhouette. If the silhouette is blob-like, completely non-distinct, in general, not fantastic. For complexity versus clarity, the model should be well balanced in terms of level of detail, and we should be able to clearly read the edges of different parts of the design, different parts of the clothing against each other, without them sort of merging together into a miasma of color and value. So, we should be able to turn the character into a marketable plushie. Hang on, beep, my son. My son, beep, beep. We will figure out what you're trying to say in a second. I gotta finish this before I lose it. I've lost already. Oh, should be able to turn the design into a marketable plushie. Thankfully, Limbus Company designs the characters with the idea in mind that all of them in their combat part of the game are much more chibi, stylized, simplified versions of the design. So they do tend to think ahead as far as clarity goes pretty sufficiently. And yeah, there's marketable plushies of a lot of them I have heard maybe also that exist. So that means that they are thinking about this. Shoo, big relief for me. For focal points, the focal points, oh wait, I didn't finish this. If the designs are generic to the point, or too simple to the point of genericness, no points. This does come into play just a little bit here. Sometimes, a little bit. For focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The focal point should be the face, because that is how viewers form a connection with a character, through watching them emote. That's how we relate to others. The eyes are the portal to the soul. And this game does a very good job of that, which is something I usually don't get to say for gacha game characters, that I'm, for sure, very relieved that I get to say pretty much across the board for this game. I think I have yet to have seen a character in this game whose focal point wasn't their head, which is a miracle. This, like, never happens in these kinds of games. So I'm very happy and very proud of the designers for Limbus Company. They did a good job on that one. Conversely, focal points, if they're fully lost due to low contrast or being outcompeted by other areas of the design, they'll get no points. We really aren't gonna have to worry about that too much today. For concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented with supportive design motifs. What this means is that we should be able to determine a couple of key things about a character design just based solely on what they look like. So I should determine the character's defining personality traits, or, you know, if we're going for like gap moe or opposite expectations, that's fine, but I should at least see that they're pushing very cute if the character's gonna be the opposite of that, or very harsh and cold if the character's gonna be the opposite of that. Still be able to tell that that's an intent. What is the character's occupation? What is their role in the story? Are they human or another species? Is that a secret we find out later? What is their relationship to the world they exist in? Their culture, their background? This game, I will say, is giving me quite the challenge on this front because each character is inspired from something of a literary basis, whether it be a character, I believe one of them is inspired by a poet specifically that we're looking at today. But all of them are more or less, like, not to say running from their pasts, but their pasts are pretty dark, and it seems like they're trying to move in a direction away from them where they don't really want to think about that. So it's almost this weird thing where those literary sources could provide us with so many interesting opportunities for incorporating those elements into a character. However, those characters don't want to be reminded of their pasts, as I learned last week, and I further learned more of in my research between last week and this week. So it does become... It's tough on the concept front, because to me, with having such a strong conceptual backing for the characters, where we're basing them on characters from books that often, you know, don't have one really clear, consistent, like copyrighted even design that exists out in the world, why would they write the characters in a way that specifically prevents them from being able to incorporate some of the clever elements of their backgrounds into their designs? I get that they are doing that in some of the egos, and they are doing that in the capstone IDs maybe a little bit, but it is still strange to me that their base designs aren't taking reference from that. Yeah, I guess the overcome as opposed to running, but some of them are running from their past, but why would they? I don't know. There's just so much space for creativity in interpreting those literary elements into their uniforms, but they're not going to do it because they've written a constraint for themselves in these characters that prevents it. So it's a whole thing. I still don't really know how I feel about that as being the angle they're working with, but I'm gonna try not to worry about it too much. But conceptually, you know, they are conveying the concept of the fact that they do belong to an organization, and they are, you know, they have some sort of relationship as a result of that. You can kind of see that. So, all of those things, I just have like a couple other things to talk about because this is a game, to talk about also the intentions of the developers very quickly. I must love the city you live in? What do you got? Oh, is that a thing that relates to the game? They live in the city? Is that what it is? Is that a part of the character, maybe? I don't have any special feelings about the city I live in. Yes? Oh, okay. Loki, I thought you guys were trying to get me to tell you where I live. Which I was like, what are you doing? Must become strong? Okay, inside joke. Bet. I was a little confused. City setting. Good. Okay. Alright. I thought, but I wasn't quite sure. An enemy that asks you that. Okay. Brain rot. Good. Okay, so the couple other things we should consider, sort of in alignment with talking about the intentions of the developers, are that this is a gacha game. So they do have to sell you the characters in some capacity. This game does do something that I think is smart, that also Honkai Impact 3rd does, in which they are not having to sell you the character to make their money. They have to sell you an outfit or an ego. They are selling you something that is an outfit or skill instead of a full character. Where, you know, were they selling you a full just character, they would need you to form an attachment to that character just at first glance from what they look like, because there may or may not be story for them already to help you grow any amount of like deeper attachment. They need you in other gacha games to look at a character and be like, waifu, husbando, immediately, without question. So, yeah, they sell you altars, yes. So, they need you to, in other gacha games, to form that attachment immediately from what they look like, so they are sort of afraid and maybe allergic to taking risks, or trying to do things that are more exaggerated or more out there with character designs in those kinds of games. However, Limbus Company does something very smart, where they have a set cast already of their, I guess, 12 characters that, therefore, through the story, you become attached to And once you are already attached to them, they can then sell you an outfit or something that is a part of like their arsenal, essentially. This is very discordant music. Inconvenient Welcome is a fitting name. But they can sell you the outfit or the skill, as in the IDs and egos, and you are more likely to just buy those by the fact that you're already attached to the character, aside from what it looks like. So they can have very interesting and cool designs, and they can still lean into the waifu angle if they want, but they don't have to worry about it so much. They can experiment a good bit more because you're already gonna be attached. And if they goof it up just a little bit, they can still bank on the fact that you're attached to the character, so you will still spend your shmoney. So they have that freedom, which is nice. Game being a gacha was a circumstance, not a goal. That's fair. Then, well, was there anything else I had about this? Clearly, regardless of any misgivings I may have about any of the designs in this game also, they are working because the game is still around and they are making enough money to support themselves. And there are so many of you who are so interested and invested in this game. So clearly things are working. That is maybe one of my other disclaimers. And now I have my thoughts on the uniform situation. We ran into a little bit of a wall last week where we were talking about the fact that a lot of the characters, their base ID is the least interesting version of them because they are all in variations of the same uniform. Which, that's not a bad thing. That's fine. That is something that can be alright. The designs are intending to be practical and grounded by the fact that they're wearing uniforms, and they're also intending to tell us that they all belong to one organization. And it is giving us a basis to understand the characters from. Yeah, they are corporate workers. However, with that in mind, the thing that I was struggling with before that I don't know if I was clearly explaining to everyone was that just because they are trying to be grounded and practical with uniforms because they are corporate workers does not mean that they can't still have interesting silhouettes or convey the characters' personalities through those uniforms. And they do, each character does interpret their uniform a little bit differently. They do have little differences between them. I think the thing that I'm coming to is that the uniform variations could maybe use to be a little more varied in some of the cases, where I think today we're going to hit some of the ones that feel more varied, and maybe last week it was just sample group that made me feel like they are much more similar to each other. But I still feel like there is more room where they could have played around with the cuts of the clothing to make them feel more varied in a way that could have been beneficial. And then similarly, just because they're all in uniform does not mean that they couldn't have more variety in color also, where every character other than their hair color has the same color palette, more or less. And, you know, if we're thinking about uniforms in real life, you can have different colors as secondary colors throughout. You can have things like accessories that add a little bit of color. If you've ever gone to a private school, my partner teaches at a private school, people who have to wear the same uniform day in and day out, even office workers, find ways to bring their personality into their outfits via accessorizing or via little pops of color they can add or just little bits of themselves that they bring to the table through it. And we are getting some of that, but I am still just left wishing for more of it. I want more, perhaps. Yeah, they just don't wear the jackets, I guess. Yes, they do. So yeah, some of the characters aren't wearing jackets, some of them have variations. I just feel like we could push these variations a little bit more, and we can push the cuts of the clothing, the way they're wearing the clothing. Do they roll their sleeves up? Are they wearing shorts instead of pants or a skirt instead of pants? I guess they're in for practicals, probably no skirts. But some of them wear different shoes, which is good and moving in the right direction. But I feel like we just need a little more variation, perhaps. The whole uniform thing is even true for syndicates, criminal gangs. In fact, uniforms are a key thing for identification in the city, so you know from a quick glance the danger and power level alliance. I see. So, those are just my thoughts of that. We can go for grounded uniforms, but add some distinction. I feel like we need more of that. Accessories are good. And then, since the uniforms are so grounded, we could be using the hair more to contribute to silhouette, so that way the silhouettes are more exaggerated and more interesting. So Ishmael is sort of moving in the right direction of that, if I'm remembering from last week. Gregor's arm moves him in the right direction of that last week. This week, I fear that the haircuts are not as much serving as much as they may need to. They are sort of our one opportunity to have a more focal color or have a more exaggerated shape, and not all of them take advantage of that. And it's once again because the character isn't meant to be more grounded. We still could give them more unique hairstyles, mayhaps. So those are my general thoughts here about the uniform situation. We'll talk about it with each one sort of briefly, hopefully. We'll see. Oh, and then the other thing that I should just note that I have noted to all of you so you hear is that I do know that each character does have an accessory or sort of an element that'll appear across all their IDs. Let me try and figure out what it is before you tell me. I want to try and figure out what it is to see if it is clear enough in the design for me to notice that it is repeating, because if I can't pick up that it's repeating, then they may need to exaggerate it more clearly. From a cold read, if there's repeating elements across designs, it should be something that an outsider could still pick up on. Not every Sinner's unique repeating accessory. I was told they all do except for Faust. But if not, we'll figure that out. Ryoshu and Heathcliff would be your favorite? Interesting. We'll get to them. We're actually starting with Heathcliff, I think. Actually, I think that was all of my forewords, all of the words I had to say before we get to it. So, time to go. Why are you throwing spiders in my Twitch chat? Also, my son has something to say that he's been waiting to say for a while. Let me see what it is. What is this you were trying to say to me, Gary?
Beep.
Okay, apologies. As main speech Gary of the Shroom State. Okay, was that the only issue with that sentence? Gary, your filters are crazy.
Beep.
Okay, nope. What word did we not like here? Let's find out.
We are a Union Society, nothing wibbly wobbly.
Nothing wibbly wobbly.
We are a Union Society, nothing wibbly wobbly.
You're so right, that's why we had to say it twice. Go ahead, again.
Also, I'm gonna have my cake and eat it too now, and that cake will be a slab of concrete with a rocky filling.
Okay, I don't know if I think that's a good idea, but that's okay. I feel like the speech Gary of the Shroom State is where the issue is happening, and I don't know what word is being formed in that Gary doesn't like, but he's very particular. Go.
Stay hydrated and make sure your daily amount of concrete, even if it's every cubic centimeter that is found on Earth. Happy shrooming.
Thanks. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. Hang on. Amber is not the center of network of contacts, various skills. Ironically linked to webs. I'm not throwing spiders. Never said that. The beeping is upon. What is going on? Throwing out the window? Feed him an onion. I'm not feeding my son an onion, although that might still be better than the concrete he's been eating. Anyways. Heathcliff. Look at my presentation this week. This is lovely. Last week I was like pulling open like 10 different 10 different images all at once. Look at me. I'm so prepared today. I have face ID, face ego, and I have a funny little background so that we can see. Look at my beautiful presentation. Lovely, right? Did a little longer prep for
Why,
this one.
Gary, no onion?
Why, Gary, no onion? Onions just aren't good to eat raw, Gary. They'll make your breath not fantastic. But if you brush your teeth, it's fine. That's okay. You can do that. So, my cold read of this character. I hate that my first instinct upon hearing the name Heathcliff is, hang on. Is the comic. My first instinct upon hearing Heathcliff is the Garfield adjacent name. Unfortunately, yeah, the comic strip. I just needed the image. Which is so sad because this is Heathcliff is from Wuthering Heights, right? Which is like a classic of literature that I definitely should be referencing prior to the comic, but that's okay. Spoiler version of the sprite. Oh, is this sprite a spoiler? It didn't tell me that. That's okay. Spoiler warning for everything we talk about today. Just be aware. So, spoiler one. What makes this a spoiler one? Sprites. What is his non-spoiler one? I pulled the one that is on the cover. Ignore the word on the bat. Okay. Not a spoiler if you don't know the context. Okay, that's fine. His bat is a different word. Oh, okay. Is that the only difference? Oh, the bat the bat otherwise says revenge, potentially. So maybe I can just grab that one. Let's see, can I go like that? Here. Look at that, problem solving. Did his bat change size? No, it didn't. Look, there you go, perfect. Like nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. Here he is. So, looking at him just based on design without me taking any other aspects into account, he's got his sleeves rolled up unlike the other characters, so he seems like somebody who is much more likely to be getting his hands dirty than other characters were. We tend to associate a bat with a little bit more of like the bad boy aesthetic, which is a little funny to say with this, but like it's a blunt force object. We tend to take that as being related to not sophisticated killing or maiming or injuring of others. It is also an accessible weapon people can get their hands on without having access to a ton of money inherently. For his outfit, he's not wearing his jacket also, so it seems like a character who is a little bit less formal mayhaps. Yes, bats also relate to sports, but in this context, I'm not thinking about baseball. I'll tell you that. Also, his arms are heavily scarred, so we can tell this is a character that's been through a lot of strife perhaps, has seen a lot of battle, and does not come out of those battles unmarred. So definitely getting into fights. His pants are still practical, although they're still in decent shape. Same deal with his shoes. Sort of standard lower half of the design. He is wearing a harness, which I do wonder about the practicality of. I'm not sure he's really using his harness for anything in particular. And I do think it's funny that, you know, he's got his tie loosened, so he's not as strict or as formal as other characters may be. But he does still have his tie out where it can just like flap around in the wind, which is funny. And I guess that is really pushing us further to think about how this character is not maybe super concerned about order or about things being well contained. He's being practical as far as rolling his sleeves up, but this is impractical. If he was being practical, he could stick his tie behind his harness so that way it's not flying around in the wind as he's trying to do things. And then we could have an opportunity for having, like, you know, where we can see the tie is, like, sort of flopping over the harness a little bit, which might be funny. But that is just an interesting thing, that there may be a reason why they left it out. And that might be okay. He's sloppy? Okay, I see. So, that is my cold read about this character, which is mostly on a personality basis, because we don't get much of the literary influence otherwise, other than I think I have not read Wuthering Heights in a long time. But if I'm remembering correctly, Heathcliff's character is like, sort of like, I don't want to say like unrefined, but he's smart, but he wasn't given the opportunity for education. So he's a little bit like less, like, he's a little rougher around the edges mayhaps. And I think before he acts, not very educated, more street smart than book smart. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is what I was sort of thinking. Based on that, I think we are getting a good idea of that through the way that he looks, through his choice of weaponry, and through the way that he's presenting his clothing. Not say sloppy, just practices ease of movement when he scraps. So if he's practicing ease of movement, he still might want to tuck his tie in. Heathcliff man's got pretty good intuition. Okay, I see. I've also heard that this fella has a little bit of anger management trouble, which I think does also fit with the bat and the sleeves rolled up aesthetic. We tend to associate that with more of the, what is the word for it? In anime, the characters who are a little bit more like delinquent maybe, who tend to be a little bit more angry, a little bit looser on the edges, a little rougher. So I think I am getting the characterization and the personality of him clearly through the way that he is presented in his clothing. His hair is a little bit messy, his facial expression. So I think they have conveyed his personality to us, the viewer, quite well in this case. Like a wild animal. I do see that with the way that he's posed here. I have also noted that, I didn't realize, but all of the characters have more or less the same jail cell, except we're just seeing different things through the bars. I don't remember what goes on in Wuthering Heights clearly enough to know what the reference is that's going on here. I know he does kill people, and I'm gonna guess that that's what this is. The barbed wire that he is fearlessly grabbing and holding, despite the fact that that's gotta be not comfortable, is interesting, and he's very confrontational, so we are just getting a lot of personality from this, more so than anything else, maybe. Unapologetically going to make himself your problem. Good for him! Autumn Teal Leaf, thank you for following. My brain was trying to be like, autumnal teal. Autumnal. Thank you for following. Having teacher debuff for spelling names again. Mr. Anger Issues looking guy. Yes, he is conveying that pretty clearly. I think they have pushed making him distinct and different in his outfit enough that I am okay with his uniform. He's distinctly different from the others in the fact that his color blocking feels very different. The fact that he's not wearing a jacket makes the white more prominent. I will say for focal point, he is one of the only fellows whose focal point is not especially on his face, unfortunately, though, because the contrast between his hair and his skin tone is less than the contrast between his skin tone, his pants, and his shirt. And then red. The fact that this red is only localized in the tie makes us look right to the center of his chest, unfortunately. That's not what I'm saying. It's not, what? Aaron, that's not what I'm aiming for. I'm saying that we can make things have higher contrast in other places by just lowering the contrast of the shirt. I'm not saying that we have to change anything about the contrast of his face or his skin tone. I'm saying that there's just too much contrast elsewhere. So the shirt, despite the fact that he is working in a uniform, no, don't make him white. I do not want to make him white at all. That's not what I'm saying. Please do not misunderstand me. That is not what I'm saying. What I was aiming to say was that we should darken his shirt. Man, you guys are running wild with things right now. Grab this. Gonna put this on a multiply layer. And turn it down just a little bit. Oh wait, hang on, I shouldn't do that. Wrong layer. Try again, EG. Whap! Don't go off the rails on me, fellas. Come back. Don't go off the rails, shroommates. Come back to me. Reducing contrast. That's all we're doing. Wild. Everybody just saying how wild. Do not see wild near Heathcliff fans? Oh, is that, are we doing a meme also? Are you guys doing a meme? Sleeper activation phrase? No! How does this keep happening? How do I keep accidentally saying phrases that set you guys all off? I should have realized you guys were parroting me for a specific reason. For once, it's YouTube chat being extra wild. I know! YouTube chat is usually very behaved. Today they're just being a little bit crazier than usual while I paint this man's shirt in very slowly. Anyways, focal point. We just need to make his shirt less high contrast. And that's it. That's about it. Because the tie, despite being the only thing that is red, if there's things that aren't as bright around it, it won't stand out quite as much either. Alternatively, it might not be the worst idea to have something that is red around his face. Even if it were to be just one of his wounds looking a little bit more fresh, where we can see that it's red or swollen or angry around the edges. Just by distributing that red a little bit more out of his chest, it becomes less important where it is in his chest. Oh my god. I could do this way faster if I just used a bigger brush. Come on, EG. There we go. Some of the sleeper agents, that's okay. Don't worry. Homeless now, wearing homeless rags? Bandage on the face. What are you guys saying? There's a lot of things happening here. I don't think that making his clothing darker makes him homeless. Unless you are still, once again, quoting other things. I am going to totally misunderstand everything that's going on. What? Might as well give Heathcliff the same fit as zombies and Plants vs. Zombies? What are you guys talking about? Wait, I've lost you all. Come back to me. Jingle, jingle, shroommates. Usually I'm the one who is going off topic. Somehow we're in Plants vs. Zombies. How did we get there? Sun shower related. You must suffer like I have? Why are we suffering? ID that makes it— oh, it's a reference to an ID. Okay, okay. Jingling keys? Yeah. Explain before throwing out random meme to those only who've played the game? No. Here's the thing. I am definitely in the minority for not knowing this. I feel like all couple hundred of you that are hanging out in the YouTube chat know exactly what everyone's talking about, and I am the one guy who doesn't. There we go. Less contrast. Makes his face more important. Do we see? Before and after, before and after. Face. More important. Should just license every Sinner's the same colored clothing, just some don't wear jackets other than buttons, so me. Okay, but here's what I'm saying. The uniforms could use more variety still. I said before, uniforms could use a little more variety. And this isn't changing that much. This is just darkening his uniform a little bit. Even this is still providing better contrast for his face than it was before. That was Violet, who uses body bag to fight zombies inside Ishi and Sea Enemy? What are you guys talking about? Heath memes, wild potential man, Kathy British, that's about it. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I know Kathy is his beloved who dies, so I remember that at least from the Wuthering Heights. I do remember that. Light strikes people are distracted by his chest, so we can use his bat. Well, his handsome face could be used as a distraction, also mayhaps. Ooh, Kathy who? What? Okay, you guys are doing more memes. I'm gonna get really confused. Should we block "you must suffer"? Do we keep that on allowed? You can unblock that. I feel that was being made as a joke, I think, and I don't think anyone would actually say that in an evil way. People are just joking, I think.
At Nicolas Ote, you must suffer like I have.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. I do see that the fanbase is pretending to not know who that is. This is so goofy trying to understand. Anyways, focal point should be his face. That's the point. That's what we were getting to here. So, I'm gonna start putting grades down in here. Focal point was not fully his face, it was his chest. For the color palette, I get that he can be in neutrals. However, we do have a color undertone here. Do you see how his shirt has this warm yellow undertone to it? His pants have a cooler blue and almost even to green undertone in it at times. This is moving the right direction. Some of the characters in this game don't have that difference happening, unfortunately. So he is moving the right direction with that. I do still maybe wish that there was more variety in color palette happening across them where, you know, they're all wearing red ties maybe, but someone gets to wear a tie that's more maroon, someone gets to wear a tie that's more magenta in undertone. Those things would help to distinguish them a little bit better. And also for the sake of the fact that they are in a city that is post-apocalyptic and everyone's suffering a little bit, if they feel like they've piecemealed their uniforms together a little bit, or like they were given a uniform guideline and then had to pick the pieces out themselves or find and scavenge for the pieces they are going to wear, that may work towards the goal of that universe in some way. So, I do think we could have a little more variety in tie color also. Did I frog blink? Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm never sorry about frog blinking. So, color palette, I'm going to feel across the board like most of them are missing something. This is going to stay probably right here for the entirety of the stream, unfortunately. For silhouette. The bat is an accessory. The bat is not a part of the character. The accessories for this game feel more integral to our understanding of the characters in this game than other games mayhaps, and the fact that they're depicted directly with them is important. But the silhouette of his clothing and of the character's design itself is lackluster. The fact that the accessory is what carries the silhouette is not fantastic. Oh, Hanser, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Generally not possible to avoid all the PM trigger words. Don't bother. I'm not going to try and avoid them. Whatever happens, so be it. If everyone starts brain rotting, if just one of you lets me know that that's what's happening and I have not, like, missed something integral, just let me know. Let me know that everyone is brain rotting and is doing that. You guys can do it. It's fine. Just let me know that's what you're doing, please. He has rolled up sleeves and disheveled hair, so that sets him apart from different characters. That is true. But if you are going to tell me that without the bat, we can clearly identify who this is this the Discordant song again? It is. This happened last time, where it was... Give me something else, please. There. That's gonna be the new gnome song, and I don't want it. This is what a silhouette looks like. If I remove this man's bat, will you know who he is? If I go like this... Whoops, hang on, that's a multiply layer, hang on. If I go like this... Who is this? Is this Sylvain from Fire Emblem? It very well could be. This is Guy with slightly messy hair. And I get that this game is intending to be grounded. but we could still use a little more exaggeration, mayhaps, maybe. Pose does the heavy lifting. That's also true. You guys are able to recognize him because you guys are really big fans of this series, but if I were to line, John Limbus here up against characters of other series who have just a guy style designs, you wouldn't know it's him. I promise you, you wouldn't know it's him. Yeah, you can identify it, but yeah, if you have a hyperfixation, that is contributing. This is not a Miku level silhouette. This is not a Jessie from Pokemon level silhouette. Yeah, could be a guy from Fortnite. We don't know. We cannot delude ourselves. This is not an especially strong silhouette, unfortunately. Despite the fact that we are being grounded, you can still have grounded silhouettes that have a little more variety in them. A little more variety. Just a little, please. Don't think the big image of his face hides it well. I mean, having the big image of his face directly next to it doesn't help me with my point, but that's okay. Complexity versus clarity. The game, I will say, does a really good job of having a lot of clarity in the designs at large, but I'm lacking just a little bit of detail. The fact that his arms are scarred up, I do believe adds something that adds some interest to this. I'm just missing something. I feel like I need something. Just a little bit of something. Maybe. Understand the setting, imagine a dystopia and utopia and a dystopian apocalypse right next to each other. Yeah, I do understand that's all happening, and I'm not saying I want Goku hair. Don't go to Goku hair. But we could make, like, if something was hanging off of his harness, or if his belt was more exaggerated, if his shirt was not completely perfectly tucked in, if the way his sleeves are rolled up was more exaggerated and looser, those things would all help with his silhouette and make it clearer. We're not doing those things right now. Chunkier boots, pants that are rolled up over the boots, pants that are tucked into boots that therefore have exaggeration where they're tucked in. All of these things. Yeah, some kind of bag. I see, maybe you're talking about the funny bag that he has in the base ID that is covered in barbed wire? Don't know. Yeah. Still delicate while being rough. Interesting. I don't know if I'm getting that he's still delicate while being rough from looking at him either, unfortunately. Conceptually, I have come to the understanding that we can really only grade them on how well they're conveying their personality and therefore also the personality of the character they are replicating from literature. Not how well they are replicating the potential tropes and other parts of that literature, unfortunately. He is not delicate. Oh, I've been one guide, maybe. Maybe not intentionally one guide. He softens up. Okay, I see. Don't summon them, they're sleeping? Oh, you're saying other words that are summoning. I see. Good person, but rough and direct. Okay. Really recommend not sticking too close to the original source personality for a specific upcoming one? Okay, then my question is, if we're not sticking close to source personality, and we are not sticking close to any other element of their literary backing, then why have the literary backing? Why have that as a part of the concept? Is my question. What is the point if we're not going to use it for anything? Why? Story? I guess story and starting point. From a character design perspective, it is a missed opportunity, is what I am saying. I get that story is going to be important, but it is a missed opportunity visually to have that as part of it. We are focusing on character design here. Subvert expectations? I don't know if that's subverting expectations. Pouring jump scare me? Sorry. They told me to hydrate. Thank you for my liquid and also snack. I appreciate it. I think Heathcliff has fierce temper, impulsiveness, disregard for social convention, resorting to violence to achieve his goals. Yes. So I do believe I am seeing that visually in his design. So, grade here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? No clue what I gave him on the thumbnail. The thumbnail grades are just kind of loose first thoughts. Actually, you can't watch his grade either anyway. But that is the grade that we got based on the numbers that we had there. We can, as I turn into a helicopter here in front of you, we can pull and look at perhaps an ID of his, if you would like. Let me scroll to the bottom of this page where I can find the IDs. Is there an ID that you believe conveys his... What, T-core? A lot of T-core I'm seeing. Wild Hunt, Pole. If I do a poll, it would take too long. Wild Hunt, how wild, T-core. Okay, there's a lot of words happening. You guys are very excited. So, out of Wild Hunt or T-core, out of the two of those, which one of those, although maybe both, conceptually makes the most sense for him? Has the most conceptual backing. There is no T-core Heathcliff. Oh, they're lying to me, is what they're doing. I'm being lied to. T-core does not exist, that's just home district. Oh, okay, so it is Wild Hunt just then. Okay. Great, thank you for clarifying.
Parent,
that helps.
I will do cell division, and you can't do anything to stop me.
Gary, I support you in your right to do spore division, or to do cell division. You can do that. I'll allow it. Why wouldn't I? That's fine. That's okay. All right, grab this guy. Copy image. Oh, he's going through it. Oh, he's not feeling so hot. Looks like standing in the pouring rain in his mildly disheveled leather coat. Got an eye patch on. He's not doing so hot. I will give, since we are looking at alternate IDs, content warning! Sometimes they're kind of graphic! Just beware, just in case. Where are his sprites? There we go. Idle animation. Oh man, he looks like Arden from Final Fantasy 15 a little bit here. So, this guy's a little traumatized. Yeah, Edgelord Supreme. Ilmondas. How's a skirt flapping in the wind while wet? That's a great question. That's a really good question, yeah. Book Heathcliff here. Does Heathcliff not have an eye in the book? I don't remember that. We had his horse on here. Does he have a horse? I can look for a horse. Whoa, this is way bigger than this illustration for some reason. We'll shrink him down so these can coexist on screen at the same time. Wished for another? He has two forms for the sprite. Okay. I can check that. Whoa! Oh, he does have a horse. Whoa, okay. I'm having a clarity nightmare. Just a little bit. A little clarity nightmare as a treat. Ooh. Loud slapping sound. Oh, from the from the scarf. So, looking at these, I do generally enjoy the way that the illustrators for this series are willing to use a lot of loose mark making and spot blacks. Spot blacks are these areas that you see where we go all the way to pitch black. It is the line art color, but it is also these really dark areas. And usually that is something that's done to provide clarity. However, there is so much black on black on black on black, or like similar value against similar value against similar value. And it is causing a clarity issue. Hang on. I can show you this more clearly. New correction layer, let me yoink the saturation. I slurped it all up. So, what is happening here? The face is very focal. I can still give him that. Yes, this is very Bloodborne inspired, which I'm going to assume is because they're also taking sort of a gritty, is that Victorian? I might be wrong. Gritty Victorian amount of things. And for as much as we can have desaturated dark character design, we still need some clarity. We can move around a lot more within that like bottom corner of the value scale, unfortunately, than what is being done here. Terrain comes from Wuthering Heights. Yeah. So, unfortunately, for as cool as the Dullahan is, it's just making it worse, unfortunately. The silhouette is cool. The silhouette is interesting. From the legs, the scarf billowing in the wind. This is a much stronger silhouette than we had before. Here, not so much because this giant body bag, question mark, is eating the silhouette a little bit, but the sword has an interesting silhouette to it. Two at least. The clarity isn't great. Coffin? Oh, you might be right. Oh yeah, it's a little clearer here that it is a coffin. The clarity is just low. Yeah, right around his face could be brighter. His hair could taper down to being really dark, but we could have much brighter areas in his hair. Bear with me, it's gonna be really bright for a second. I don't want it to be this bright. I'm just plopping something in here. So that way I can make it lighter. Or make it darker, less intense. And then, I don't even know where to start. Half of it is just things could use to be brighter to make it easier to determine where the edges of objects are. The fact that he's holding his sword is completely lost to me right now, unfortunately. The field models just suck overall because they're tiny and very jammed all together. Some of them... Oh wait, you're right! Did he lose his melanin also in this? Hang on! No, it seems like it might be very similar. Hang on, let's see. Did he? Whoops, hang on. No, it's the exact same skin color. He did not lose his melanin. It's okay, don't worry about it. Change the undertone of the clothes so it contrasts more with the skin and hair. Yes. So that is what I was going to suggest, is that you could... Color. We could push some of these elements into a cooler undertone under his jacket. Not like this, not this extreme. Don't get scared. Not even this extreme either. But like, I could probably like make the pants cooler. Like that. And then maybe the straps across his chest could be cooler. As opposed to warm. Hang on, don't be an eraser. There we go. So that way we can get a little bit more distinction across those items. That adds just a little bit of interest to the color palette as well. If the sword, oh boy, English language. Sword and chains were brighter. That might also help a little bit with clarity if just the metallics were brighter. Although I do see that the sort of overall struggle happening is that the value of his hair and the value of his coat are pretty much exactly the same. And then the value of the coffin behind him is only like one step darker. So, ooh, my tracking slowed down for a second. The fact that there's only like one step of difference between all three of these objects is another trouble. So one of them probably needs to be brighter. There's not a lot of room to make things darker, unfortunately. So something would have to be brighter. Look brighter because everything else is super dark. That's true. If I stick him also on like a mid-tone background, it is making some of the reds feel like they pop a little bit more, but it's not quite there. Wish's belt has knives like guts. Trying to make this about guts berserk right now? That's funny. Also better to use internal white lines. That is honestly an interesting question where maybe not even internal white lines, but if they were to treat him like a sprite more so, where if they just had like a white outline on top of things where they overlap, like, let's see, like that kind of thing. And then you could continue it around the edges of the character, and maybe it doesn't even have to be white. Thematically for this story, it might work even if it's like somewhere in the mid-gray range, but just something that is lighter than what is behind it. That could work. And then similarly, something that I do a lot is add edge highlights along things that are in a contrasting color. So like we have this red already, where you could have something that feels like an edge highlight along the back edges of something. Although that feels like blood using the red, I might have to use this purple or something. But you can use the lighting to clarify the edges of things as well, where this jacket could have a brighter edge along here. This, because it is seeing some light, could have brighter edges. This, because it's facing the light, could have brighter edges along it. You can leave edge highlights along objects a little bit more. Oh, secondary trouble. The light source is inconsistent. This is facing the light because his face is facing the light. He's front lit, but this isn't being lit from the front. It's sort of being lit from somewhere over here, despite him not being lit from somewhere over here. His face is turned away from wherever this light source is, but is still receiving light. I bet that's not helping our reading either, unfortunately. It's a little strange. So generally, I fear that the execution isn't as fantastic here. There's a number of things that could be done to clarify where the edges of objects are against each other that aren't being done right now, but something could use to be done. Make it so that we can read what is happening a little better. Let's see. How are my edits working? Just to see them. Yeah. little subtle things. They had a little pop, they had a little pizzazz. Yeah, the lighting is just a little bit off in general, unfortunately. The Eric King Heathcliff portrait might help a little bit. Are you talking about this, the portrait? This portrait? Or are you talking about a portrait that is meant to support the actual book? As a half body sprite, it's basically still Wild Hunt. Ah, separate character. Oh, okay, this is one of the characters where their ID is based on a completely other character. We saw those before. Let's see. Is that another character in this game? Errol King. E-R-L-K-I-N-G. Heathcliff. Ah. Honestly, this character does not have much better clarity than what we were looking at before anyway. Unfortunately. Very similar. Very, very similar. This is exactly the same thing. Still part of the story, separate, yeah. This doesn't really solve any of the troubles we were having, unfortunately. They're entirely different. Journey? No giant sword. The other character is literally this one, separate character. That's fine. That's okay. This is not solving any of the troubles I was having, unfortunately, with the smaller sprite. So I think my point is going to continue to stand about this one. We're gonna give this a grade really quick and then keep moving. We'll move on to the next one because it is 3:30 almost and I have 7 characters to go through and we've been a little bit slow about it. Decor coloring sucking effect does kind of highlight some of the issues with contrast. Yeah, contrast is not working. Let's grade this guy really fast. Pull you back to the beginning. Wah! Hang on, come here, come hang out with Heathcliff. And then Rubric. So I would say, unfortunately, for this fella, the clarity is really low. I do think that we're getting a good idea of concept from the character. We are getting the fact that he is going through it. He's a little bit more outdoorsy. His clothing's more rugged and a little bit more disheveled and torn up. The fact that he's missing his eye is also alluding to some strife. I think we're getting a good idea of concept from him. The silhouette is much better if we're ignoring the giant accessory on his back. Flexi versus clarity is not great. The focal point is, however, completely his face, because it's the only bright thing in the design. The color palette is lacking, although still a little bit more than it was. This might be a very similar stat spread. 2, 4, 5, 6.5, 7. Is that exactly the same score? He gained some points in some places and lost equally many points, unfortunately. What can you do? So let me save this, and I'm gonna close him so that I have more computer space. He is center 7? Is he really? Is that true? Hang on. Does he have a 7 on him? I learned that a lot of them have their numbers on them, but that's funny that I gave him 2 7s and his number is 7. Maybe it was meant to be. No one will get a 12, however, so don't get your hopes up about whoever number 12 is. 7's association would fit a lot. Is center number 7? Intriguing. There we go. Save you. Close you. Au revoir. Save as. This is Heathcliff. Whoops, I'm in the wrong folder. This is Heathcliff Wild Hunt. But are you guys proud of me? Can you tell I have a much better understanding of what's going on than I did last week? Last week, I feel like a third of the stream was me being like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what we're looking at. Help. This week, I'm like, all right. Everything's more arranged, a little more organized, moving in the right direction. We're moving, I don't know if quicker, but I at least have sort of picked up what the general trends are throughout. The other 2/3 was gnomes. I do think the fact that there's no gnomes happening right now is helping me. Has any game character got a 10? That's actually a very good question, and I don't know. I'm not sure if they have, but I don't remember. Question, which sinners are we gonna do? Today we're finishing the sinners. Last week we did 6 of them. We did Dante, Ishmael, names, really good. Last week we did the ones we're not doing this week. This week we're doing Heathcliff, Rodion? Rodia? I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but I think Rodia is correct. Sinclair, Yisang, Ryoshu, Meursault, whose name you guys told me how to say earlier, but I wasn't really looking because we weren't there yet, and Otis. Those are the ones. We looked at Dante last week, though. Rodia? Rodion? I don't know how to say it. Quite incredible. Thanks. I'm just gonna call her, I'm just gonna call her Rodia. Because I'm saying that properly and that is her nickname. So, looking at her. What is she from? She's from, oh, I know it. I know what she's from. Is it Crime and Punishment? Right? Question mark? What did Don Quixote get? I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, Crime and Punishment. Okay. I am remembering correctly. I have not read Crime and Punishment. I have at least read Wuthering Heights, but very long ago. I have not read Crime and Punishment. Honestly, when Jubby gets home, Jubby might have read Crime and Punishment, so I might pull them just very quickly about their understanding of her, but I know what the general synopsis of that story is. I believe it's that the main character is a law student. Is that what? A law student? But they think they're better than other people, I think. And they end up taking the law into their own hands. Unfortunately, mayhaps. And then, yeah, they end up on trial for it. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but yeah, there's consequences. They feel guilty about having killed someone. I think that's generally the synopsis of it. So, looking at this character, unfortunate part isn't her base ego's details. Yeah, so I do see the fact that she has killed some things with an axe, which I believe is what that character also uses in the story to kill, is an axe. So that checks out. I believe that the character is also described in that story as having long, beautiful hair and also as having, like, sort of a tall, strong stature. So I do think that this is also fitting. She's 6 feet tall, which is, she's the tallest character we've looked at today. She's taller than Heathcliff was, which is interesting. So they have at least interpreted the descriptions of the characters, or the character from Crime and Punishment, into the way this character looks. If I had read Crime and Punishment, I might have determined that that's who she was a little bit more easily, potentially also. Might be the tallest overall? Or Meursault have her beat? I don't know if he has her beat. We'll find out when we get to him. But she is very tall compared to the rest of the cast. Would it be Rodion? Rodion? I don't know. Accent the O? I don't know. I am not sure. Second tallest. Okay. Shortest is Don Quixote. And then, okay, I see. So. Her uniform. The fact that she is wearing not a tie, but she still is wearing her shirt buttoned up all the way. She is wearing more layers, but the bottom end of her very long jacket is sort of destroyed and not in good shape. It's sort of giving us a combination of elements to try and determine her personality from. Her face makes her seem sort of unaffected, like she may be aloof in some capacity, or a little bit uncaring, but it could also just be that she is internalizing anything that she's feeling. She just doesn't show her emotions outwardly. She is somewhere in the balance between being someone who cares about the way that they're presenting themselves, the fact that her hair seems to be at least well taken care of, and her outfit, at least in the upper part of it, is, you know, it's tucked in properly. She's not wearing a tie, so maybe she's not super strict, which sort of goes at odds with what I would assume a law student might do. Yeah, she is wearing her belt over her jacket, so she is a fashion girly a little bit for having done that. Bottling her emotion champion. Okay, not a law student, but she did take the law in her own hands. Oh, she isn't law in Limbus. Okay, so that is one of the things that they've differed from the book then, potentially. Opposite of strict. Okay, she's a little bit looser then. So not having a tie would relate to that, I would say. The fact that she is not being so strict about her uniform, where she's wearing her belt over her vest, may allude to some of that. And then the fact that the bottom edge of her jacket is a little bit torn, I would say fits that. Sort of facade. Very bright and charming person. She's very depressive on the inside. Her main thing is that she wants to be and feel special. Okay, so she's a character that we are meant to see one way, despite the fact that they act another way then. Is that what I'm getting from that? The cool aunt. She's poor, doesn't want to make riches. Light comes into her focus, starts to feel detached and despondent. Okay, I think we are getting the detached and despondent look from her face, and from her acting, the way that she is posed, maybe. But I don't know if we're getting other angles. But they describe her as two-faced. Really? She does want riches. Okay, we're getting a variety of things from her. I'm gonna read the wiki. Tall, well-built woman with a pale complexion, straight hip-length brown hair, deep blue eyes, beauty mark under her right eye. She's wearing orange eyeshadow. She's wearing orange eyeshadow? What? Hello? Where's my mouse? My mouse isn't working. There we go. She's wearing orange eyeshadow. That's a surprise to me. Or I guess she is when I zoom in. She is wearing makeup, which is different than the other characters. Looks like she's wearing a little bit of lipstick, too. Yeah, light pink lipstick. On her left breast is a tattoo that appears to be an atomically correct heart split by an axe. Okay. Interesting. Standard uniform. Frayed. There's the tie, leaves her collar loose. Dons a thin black choker. I see that. Axe. Okay. Interesting. Red dress as well, but only an icon. Has been fully explored. The plot, yeah, because she ran away from her problems during her turn. Only one that uses makeup. Okay, so I am getting the fact that she does seem to care about her appearance a decent amount. But yeah, the choker, having zoomed in now, I think is pushing us in the direction of the fact that she is not maybe super serious. She does slay. She is accessorizing a little bit more than some of the other characters do as well, with the fact that she's wearing her belt over her vest. She's wearing a choker. Her silhouette, once again, isn't fantastic because it is just big hair shape over similarly big coat. There really isn't anything else breaking her silhouette other than her axe, which doesn't count because that is that's a weapon. It's not part of her. Theoretically, she could be without the axe in some circumstances. Serious sprite, she's other funny sprite. She's an odd character, okay. Common Slavic thing with syllables, when you have a soft letter, A, E, I, O, U, E, J, followed by a hard letter, we'll cut it up and go to another syllable. Oh boy, we're gonna have a pronunciation situation. There's like 2 syllables. I don't think I'm gonna be able to figure this one out, unless I hear somebody say her name. Rodion. Rodion. No. We'll try again. Negative space between the strands here. Every render of her hair is my favorite. I do appreciate that they have added negative space in the strands. I'm trying to think about, so she is a looser character. Yeah, we're just gonna call her Rodia. Look at the body swap sprites if you finish all of them. They're body swap sprites? What does that mean? Did they switch bodies? That is quite the trope. So, she cares about her appearance, despite the fact that she looks a little bit aloof in her expression. So we are getting a little bit of duality happening there. For personality, I guess it is one of those things where some of it is coming across to us. I'm gonna clear this. All of her personality and those elements about her and the small details, but I think I am seeing it. Just having one extended confused mental breakdown the entire stream. No, I'm not. I'm okay. Don't worry. That was me last week, actually. This week, I'm okay. Her color palette. Once again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. We could have more variety in undertone. Where Heathcliff had a bigger area that was warm by having the color blocking of his white shirt, this character doesn't have something like that, where all of this black in the uniform is all one undertone. Even the shoes. We could have more variety for more interest. We could have something that is a little bit more brown in the undertone, something that's got a little bit more... I mean, we didn't have to stick to brown. You can have things that are red in undertone, or orange in undertone, or gold in undertone, or more blue in undertone. Design to be helped so much by the tattoo being exposed. Yeah, it seems like that was something that also might be potentially important to her. And her axe is written Rascal, which is part of the surname of her source material character. Interesting. I know her source material character has a really long name. 3 R's, I think, right? Or R's is in pronunciation, angelicized? Three names that I believe start with the sound This serious uniform compared to other core, I think. That's fair, but we could still have, like, something where we say, even if it's just the pants are a little bit cooler in undertone. I'm gonna do the same thing we just did earlier. Give me a blue. This is a very happy song. Whoops. I just poofed her into the void. gonna turn it down. It's gonna be really bright right now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be really blue right now. It's okay. No need to feel blue. Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. Like a tad cooler for that. We could instead make this warmer so that it reflects the brown of her hair. Something like that. Could be more variety. Also, Selma, don't worry about the union stuff. I'm not actually upset about it. It is okay. That is just why I addressed it. I'm not actually upset. I'm just preventing the potential for us to be upset about it, is what I am doing. Mario pants wearing jeans now. That is low-key what I accidentally did by doing this. We don't want to do that. We're gonna leave it subtle if we're going to do something like that. Or make it brown and undertone instead. Cut them the tiniest bit of slack. You don't ever see anything but their torso, so they put most of the emphasis on there. That's true. We do have the upper half focus in the character design, so that is okay. But still, even for that, we could still give her a different undertone, if I clear this, for her vest than... I can't see this. We have to go to Mario again, sorry. We're going back to Mario Land. For her vest than her jacket has. Hang on, it's gonna take me like a second. So then we are incorporating more color variety into the upper body. I actually can't tell. Is this her vest still? I think it might be. There we go. Turn it down. I see people saying that cool colors fit her. But just like that subtle of change, do you see how that adds just a little bit of depth to her? Just a little bit of depth, right? Merry Christmas? Merry Christmas. Oh, it's based on the music. That's what you're saying that. Question, Shroomed One, are you looking at any of the voice lines, animations attached to the base ego? I am not. The only voice line I have is their introductory voice line, I think, which is the, or just quote, she could forget everything and begin afresh. Is that how that quote goes? I feel like I've heard that quote before, slightly different. Yeah. Also, wait, I have a question here too, which is that I do see that in her character art, she's depicted against gambling aesthetic in the background. There's a lot of slot machines. That seems like it's something story related that we're not getting just from the way that her character is designed like this, but I'll be interested to see if that is coming back in her other elements. If we zoom in on her ego here, she's got a very icy axe. Her coat, which is very fluffy, is her prisoner outfit. And then she does seem to be here in the past tense of having maybe destroyed many a creature, maybe, or just somewhere that's stuck near it. I think not. Very good at gambling and likes doing it. Does cost a coin in her ego, so that's something. Lambriller, but as a way to deceive and game other people. Yeah, aftermath of her actions. The author of Crime and Punishment was a gambler. Interesting. And yeah, she is flipping a coin. Kind of hard to see because this is not a very high quality image here, but yes. Avatar, the fact she thinks she's special, wants to be special. Ah, okay. If she thinks she's special or wants to be special, I do see the fact that she is more like adorning herself than other characters are, with the fact that she's wearing a little bit of jewelry in her necklace, she's wearing makeup, I think does lean into that in some capacity, which does help. Kanto's in a casino, more based on the fact that her book's author being a gambling addict. Interesting how they bring in the authors too. You just see the tattoo on her ego. Oh, we do! It's so small. It's so tiny, I can't tell what it is. It's like 15 pixels maximum, unfortunately. Oh no, girl, what happened to your face? The JPEG artifacting is crazy. Oh, my pixels. But I do feel like if that tattoo is important to our understanding of her character, it might be nice for us to be able to see that in her design like this. Hang on, stop drawing over things accidentally. Where we could just pose her shirt open, because she is not a particularly serious character anyway. So it wouldn't be out of character for her to have her shirt posed open like this. Mayhaps. This is just a shading color that I pulled off of her neck. But then you could have her tattoo in here, and then that's a little bit of nice, natural, subtle asymmetry. Which could be interesting to have. Although I guess that it is kind of like not super high on her body anyway. I don't know what it looks like either, but it seems like it's some sort of anatomical heart thing that's happening in that region. But I do think it would benefit from having that visible by default. That would make her more different from the other characters as well, perhaps. Her tattoo's just her center icon. Ah. Do I have an image of her center icon somewhere here? Oh, I do. I don't think it is her center icon looking at it. I think it said it's an anatomical heart that her... Yeah, anatomically correct heart split by an axe. Her center icon is an iconographic heart split by an axe, potentially. There's a difference. So, those are my general notes here, which is that maybe... I am getting a good idea of what her concept is. For color palette, everyone's gonna be put here pretty much more or less. For silhouette, once again, if we were to turn off what I've done as edits and then put black over her, who is this? Who is this? Beautiful long-haired beauty! Of not a lot of distinction. This could be, to me, like 30% of VTubers. Or, yeah, Girl from Fortnite, or Himiko. I don't think Himiko has a... does Himiko have a... whatchamacallit? A trail? Or like a cape or cloak of some sort? Or a long jacket that's like this? Oh, there's singing. No singing permitted. Angelica. I've seen people also mentioning other characters from Project Moon areas. This is not especially distinct silhouette, unfortunately, still. I fear that none of them are going to be getting much further than 1 point in silhouette. It's not terrible. She still has some positive and negative space interplay in her hair, where there's the little gaps throughout here, but it's not as much as we may like. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like she has more detail than the others have. I just want them to open her shirt up a little bit. Please, maybe. That was her singing. Wait, that's so funny that that was what it was, but we do have to skip it. I think I will get content claimed for it. I was safe last week. I didn't get wrecked by getting content claimed for accidentally having a couple seconds of singing in the background a lot of times, but let's not play with that this week. Once Rodia... No, that's not what I'm saying. Usually I'm covering characters up, so it is funny that I am revealing more skin in this capacity. But let me tell you, showing the upper chest region of a character is really not leaning that far. That's not that saucy compared to things you may see in literally any other gacha game. Project Moon's pretty lax with the copyright. All their songs should be okay. Really? Interesting. Intriguing. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like her level of detail is stronger than the others are, but it's a lot of small details where I would like some changes in the bigger details, which is why I opened the shirt up, why we did some of those things. It's me with the long hair. Yeah, it very well could be you, I guess, Ruku, yeah. Dark Sexy, thank you for the super. Interesting to note that so far with these designs, surprising lack of fan service that one's seen other gacha women. That is true. Did I comment on that today? I don't know if I did. I think I complimented them on that last week, in that usually we are having trouble with focal points being thighs or being the chest in designs, and I am very relieved that that is not the case here. We actually have very effective focal points for most of these characters, which I'm very happy about. So, for Rodia, her hair being brown and being the only thing that is brown does make her face focal. The fact that her skin color and the color of her shirt is very similar is not fantastic, maybe, as far as that goes. It's kind of low contrast, and it is just this one big bright area that does sort of lead the eye down here a bit, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's better than what we get in a lot of games. I'd be willing to give her almost full points. I feel like she may benefit from a slightly darker shirt the same way Heathcliff did, but it's not terrible. Not horrible. The Princess of La Mancha Land is a good pick for her ID. Okay, we can look at that one real quick. Did I get every category though? I did. 2, 5, 6, 7.5. Good work, girly. You got a whole half point more than Heathcliff. So we can look at the princess one. Lobotomy, ego, Night of Despair is most story relevant. Okay, interesting. She's got no capstone, just an ego. Is that because they haven't gotten to her story yet? Or is that just a choice they made where they just didn't do that for her? Potentially. Night of Despair. Tears speaks best to her character. Okay, we've got 3 different options now. We gotta pick one. Her story isn't finished. Okay, just a weird early game thing. All right, Kanto is really early on, a choice. Story isn't complete. Princess is her most fan serviceable one. Is that why you guys are suggesting me to look at those? Princess La Mancha Land is based on an NPC in story. Dulcinea. Okay. So that seems like it's not as relevant to her story, maybe if she's based on that. Your base ID is the bad end? Oh, that's unfortunate. Knight of Despair is her most character relevant. Okay. I'm gonna believe the 2 or 3 of you who said that. Knight of Despair. Is that what it's gonna be called if I hover over it in this site? Some of them have a different name than what you tell me. Let's see. Section director, workshop, land collection staff. These are all members of belonging to something, assistant manager. What is the actual name of it? Oh, sword sharpened by tears. Thank you. I was like, that's not helping. I can't find it. Here she is. Oh, interesting. Copy that. This is really emphasizing her eye color a lot more than her base sprite does. She does have blue eyes. It's just not as emphasized. Turning her into a knight. Oh, she's got her single tear. She's going through it. Okay, and then let me grab her little sprite. Oh, interesting. Oh, can I get one where she's not moving, maybe? There we go. There she is. Oh, her hair is quite different here. I mean, maybe short. Thanks, I guess. This ID has her be not selected as the person in the back. Is given as a gift instead of her. She's wearing ego gear in this one. Fluent design is being used to symbolize ice and pride. The pride sin is so good. Ice being used to symbolize pride. Really? The same magical girl collective that in the name of love and hate Don Quixote is from. Okay, so she's a magical girl in this one? Does have 2 forms, second is barely different. The gallery isn't even showing me 2. The gallery only has 1 option for me. So, right behind her is a monster. She wears the gift called the Knight of Despair. Okay. Wait, you're saying behind her? That's in this one. This is the monster who, is this the girl? One of these is the girl. Abnormality named Knight of Despair. Should be labeled Idle Animation Despair. Oh. Sorry, this file cannot be displayed. There seems to be a technical issue. You can retry if it persists. Error could not load image from... So I guess I'm not allowed to look at that one. The crying one, I see that it exists, but I'm not allowed to look at it, apparently. Magical Girl of Justice, Blue-Haired Girl, Fly Perfect Wings. Yeah, we are getting... This is instrumental, so I should be okay. There's no singing. Oh. The only difference it appears with this sprite, because it is letting me look at it now, is that this one just has... Is this one, like, partially transparent in the face? It is! Why is this sprite partially transparent in its face? Do you see this? Peculiar. It's just that she has, like, a heavy shadow over her face. She did breach containment. Ideal mentioned? Good. Weird? Jank. Yeah, I see that. Okay, so... Looking at this... As a separate design, I enjoy that there's a secondary motif going on here. We are doing uniform and sort of enforcement styled outfit for the rest of her. She's wearing some form of like body armor, it appears, chest armor and leg armor. She's got her tie on and her jacket. We're going to associate blue with policing forces often. Hey cab. I don't know if that's what she's actually doing, but we are going to associate that in that direction. Her name being Knight is making me think that these may be more armor-like in a more direct sense than they are like, you know, our more modern interpretation of body armor as being ceramic plates in like the funny bulletproof jackets. This is like actual armor, and I think that is what's happening here. So that is interesting that we're getting that overlap between more modern depiction of some sort of enforcement agency member, but also we're using like older styles of armor to stand in where we would have the more modern body armor, which is interesting. Blue I do see also as being sky, and people are saying that. Also people are talking about ice as being related to her. I saw the ice for her axe in the previous area, but ice is like personality and coldness maybe to me. Somebody was saying it relating to pride, and I can't say I've heard of pride being depicted as relating to ice. And I'm trying to think of why that might be the case if those are related, where maybe pride is something that freezes you in place where you can't push forward and develop and become more skilled if you are too lost in pride. I don't know, or like isolating yourself as being a part of it. Pride is blue in Limbus. Oh, is that Is that a thing where it's associated? That's like an in-universe association. Hit the nail on the head? Okay. Pride and Gloom. Okay. Interesting. So the fact that I am guessing that is not bad. Stagnation Pit is very close. Intriguing. Okay. More ice themed. Okay. Stay in the cold after the crime she committed, plus she lived in the coldest part of the city. Prideful or frozen in Dante's Inferno. Oh, wait! You're so right, actually, also. Every sin has a color motif. Intriguing! Okay. I see. I see. Envy is purple. Heathcliff is very purple. Heathcliff has no purple! Was there any purple in Heathcliff's design? None. I don't think there was any purple where we looked. That is interesting. Okay. So I think I am getting the correct color associations here. The color work is a little bit more interesting. I'm not having clarity trouble. The fact that they've changed her hair shape is also doing a lot to convey her despair to us, where before her hair was like really big and voluminous and fluffy and well taken care of. Meanwhile here, she feels a bit more sickly because her hair is more like pallid in color. Her hair had just like a little bit more vibrancy to it before. Now it's like kind of a sickly brown. It's very flat and straight, and we're emphasizing length, which makes a character feel like they are going through despair a little bit more. Pallid, maybe not the word I want, but it's slightly disturbing in color is what's happening. It's a little bit more sickly feeling. She hid the right part of her hair to show the tier 2. Oh yeah, she has tucked it behind her ear, which is a nice moment for asymmetry. She is still adorning herself in some capacity with her necklace, but it seems like the makeup is partially gone. It's your fault. What's my fault? What? Oh, have I accidentally said another thing that set people off? That's so funny. I thought I misused that word because I don't do that infrequently. I thought I misused the word, but you guys are just doing more sleeper trigger words. That's so funny. On a roll, I'm really good at accidentally guessing. Like, that's not, pallid is not a common word. The fault lies with you is probably a part of your... It's probably a part of the meme, isn't it, huh? Okay, I'm getting so confused. You guys are definitely, yeah, word association players. That's so funny. So, okay. Grading this one. Let me move you up here to hang out. For the rubric! For once, I feel like there's enough interest in the color palette that I'm not missing something. I'm okay with this level of color. It feels interesting to me. We're fading from a more cyan, a greener undertone blue, to a darker blue that's a little bit warmer, a little more true blue. The brown makes the head really focal, so I'll keep the focal point right where it is. For the silhouette, I still feel like we're missing something, unfortunately. I might have to leave that where it is. Complexity versus clarity, having a secondary motif in the form of the stars, I would say is helping there to feel like there's more detail. And the fact that we're combining elements, we're doing a little bit of old plus new together, linking fingers in the armor bit. That does help, and the fact that the armor has a little more rendering to it too adds a little more detail, which is nice. For focal point, man, that tie is bright, unfortunately still. I really want to say that her face is the focal point, but this tie is still quite distracting to me. Here it's not as bad, where the contrast isn't as high because they've rendered her suit in brighter colors from the highlights. And they really upped the saturation on her eyes. So I can tell that they're thinking of the right things. I fear that it's just this particular sprite. The execution of these sprites isn't as strong as it could be in a lot of cases. If I were to do a saturation layer here and make the saturation of these eyes match the saturation of those eyes, that would help. And then the one version does have the, I call it the yandere shadow, but I don't think that's what it's called. The sort of like overcasting on the face where they let the eyes kind of glow through it. They had that on the other one, but they sort of cut it off before it could actually serve its purpose of making the eye really high contrast. I'm gonna blur this out in 1 second. Give me one moment here. Wow. I'm making Wario noises, it's okay. Wah! There. That makes her eyes pop even more. They need to use a gradient. They could just use a gradient instead of making it so harsh like they did in the other version of the sprite. Yeah, she has in her negative state but they're still cutting through the eyes in a way for this, where is it, this one? That doesn't make the eyes as focal as it could still, though. It's okay, though. But yeah, that combo, eyes are more focal. The Tree of Swords, not sure where those are on her sprite sheet. Oh. I don't see them on her sprite area at all, unfortunately. She only seems to have this one rapier. That is it. Can't call it eyeshadow, so yeah, on yandere shadow. Yeah, what do we call that? It's just the shadow that a lot of characters get. And I feel like the sprite, if it had, she's got this nice warmth around her eyes. I guess they are paring down, but they got rid of it, and it seems a little bit important to me. But I think this is a grade that we can give her. It's more in game, but only holds the one. I see. Brow shadow? Yeah, forehead shadow? Something like that. This ID is ludicrously strong, so she has in a way become special. Good for her! 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5? Best grade today. 8.5. Thank you for having a color. Whoops, can I not draw? Hello? Oh, it's a blur tool, that's why. Good work! Because I would say that this is still a grounded design, but it has more color in it and is more interesting. We do have to keep moving though, because it is almost 4 o'clock and we've only looked at 2 characters, and I'm moving far too slowly, unfortunately, for us to get through all of them. And we need to make sure that we can look at the egos next week, and maybe like an NPC or 2, but there's a lot to go into about these characters, and now that I understand them better, it's helping me a lot more. Yeah. Can't believe we were talking about despair and not a single, what is it? How does that go? Between truth and despair, running from the truth, but it's already there. What is that game called? It's the anime opening. That doesn't even help. What is that game called? No. I almost said it. The Danganronpa, that's what I wanted. I almost said Dramatical Murder. That is a completely different kind of game. Very different anime also. Dang it, Grandpa. Yeah, sorry, they both start with a D. Why are you guys saying dang it, Grandpa? Did I trigger something else, potentially? Yeah, I think I did. Okay. Yeah, we're only doing 1 ID per center today, if we can. Utilize keys of jangling. Yeah. Come back! Keys of jangling! Sinclair! Come here! Come here! This is Sinclair. I was totally unaware of the media that Sinclair originates in, so bear with me. I have the synopsis prepared. Thank you for jangling your keys. Go, little German boy, go. Okay. So I can just give you a cold read without knowing what his story is, however. So I will just give you a cold read, which is that I am gathering a lot of information from this ego that I'm not sure is being conveyed at all in the character themselves, but I am getting a lot of information from the ego, which is that we're getting biblical again. We're getting biblical again here. Yeah, you guys are saying think biblical. You don't have to tell me, I know. We've got an apple in the shadow of a tree, so I'm guessing Garden of Eden in some capacity. I see people could also be suggesting things about Tree of Life, but yeah. Then we also have this very harsh split down the center between light and dark, where it seems like he is facing into the light, but he is being consumed by the darkness. So that seems to be something that maybe does relate to the characterization. The fact that his axe is made out of, or is this, what is this, a halberd? Is made out of wood is interesting, where it's been like uprooted. It is the same material as his chair. And then we have barbed wire around the front, which I thought might have made more sense if it was thorns, if we were going biblical. But this is our second character with barbed wire. And then if we look in the background here, this seems like it's almost an idyllic feast happening around a table. Everyone's wearing masks, so I wonder if there's some element of shame happening. But then it seems very idyllic and holiday-esque, where he has been chained away from these elements. Yeah, happy family dinner. They aren't masks. I don't know how I, cold viewer, would know otherwise, but they're not present there. But yeah, Christmas feast seems right, if I were to guess. But I think, have I gotten a decent read as to the character? Seems like this is somebody who is trying to face the light, but is being pulled into the darkness, or is being consumed by it, maybe against his will, or in a way that he does not want. it seems like he is also being tempted based on this. Absolutely super accurate. It's called the Branch of Knowledge. Good summary? Okay. So they are doing a good job of conveying all of that through symbolism in this. I'd say you're missing a bit. Okay. Majorly. Okay. Okay. What am I missing? Because here's the thing. If I got rid of this, none of that is a part of this character. The only thing that I can see about this character from the way that they are designed as a base, they seem to have the very standard outfit on. So I'm going to assume that they, in some way, subscribe to a level of order. Yeah, his axe does have Vogel on it, which means bird, in German. I took a little bit of German. So I'm gonna maybe guess that birds often represent freedom. So maybe him turning to violence is a way that he is pursuing freedom in some capacity, which is a little bit concerning. Not fantastic. Maybe that is why he is being forced into or forced away from the light. Timid but has a hidden darkness is what's happening. Okay, I see. Icon is an egg hatching. Okay. Struggling to hatch. He's the youngest. Motif is linked to a baby chick since he's still growing but full of potential. Motif in the book where growth in adulthood is a bird breaking out of its shell. Okay, so we're going for breaking out of its shell as opposed to freedom, mayhaps. Symbolizing an animal that might just hatch. Everyone's a murderer in Limbus. Comes with the work. That's fair. I did know that. Afraid to assert himself, struggles to break out of his shell, but occasionally the not nice part of him breaks through. He's associated with the mark of Cain. Oh, okay. Pulled out of the shell too early. Okay, the egg is the world. Repeating myself, another sprite where half of his sprite is in gray. Oh, okay. Let me see. Is that in the gallery? Known sprites. Well, let's see. Where's that one? This looks kind of a bop. Is it his injured sprite? No. It's got a night costume. Wow, that's very different. And then April Fools. Okay. None of the versions I'm seeing in WikiGG have that version. But okay. I wonder if there is a way for us to convey the sort of internal turmoil that is going on, where I guess the fact that he himself, his hair is very bright and golden, maybe in like a golden child-esque sense, might convey some of the light element in him. And the fact that his uniform is still darker is maybe going to push us in the direction of the fact that he's got a hidden darkness within him. But I feel like there may be some other way that we could convey that. I'm not sure. Second shortest sinner. He's not the shortest. Interesting. Yes, his hair is the color of a chick, perhaps. Where's it on Google? Under Sinclair. Oh, is it this one? I had just assumed that this was because they were putting it over top of... They're just putting him over top of a background which goes from saturation and life and light to death and darkness and despair. Look, we got the snake coiling around the tree also. Which is interesting. But yeah, this one has sort of the split, but it's not that his actual clothing is split. It seems like they're just splitting the whole light in general. Young and experienced, but with huge axe. That is quite the burden to carry. A huge axe. Let me turn this back on. I feel like I'm not getting as many hints about his personality or the things that he contains within him as I was from the other two characters. And similarly, his outfit doesn't feel as customized as theirs do. His feels very stock standard. Maybe that does relate to the fact that he is, I think I saw somebody say that he is brand new to working for this company, which could make sense. Eyes sake possess a deadly gaze. Intro says that. He just looks a little bit tired to me, or like he's a little bit worn out or just a little bit displeased, but they more or less all look that way. With prosthetics, some people needlessly replace their natural bodies with sterile metal. Doesn't have much confidence to change his uniform. Probably the youngest, first job, wearing the full uniform. I guess so. What he is anxious. Okay. Everyone's new, but he was a rich schoolboy before this. I feel like if he was a rich schoolboy, we could get a little bit more of that here in the outfit as well. I don't know. We could have a little bit more of other uniform angles coming in from that too. I just feel like there might be some missed opportunities here in his uniform. Where the last two, I was more content with their uniforms. and how they're conveying the character for him, I am not as content. Just the fact that we could get more of rich schoolboy, more duality between light and dark, or more of the temptation. Don't know. Doesn't have confidence. Could be a little bit more ruffled, maybe. He's like 18 to 20, first job out of high school. More school uniform-like outfit. I was wondering why none of them are wearing shorts. Maybe that would make him look too young if we pushed him in the direction of wearing shorts, but I feel like that would put him in the direction of rich schoolboy. Kneeling on glass sucks. I would not suggest kneeling on glass, but new kid wears uniform in a schoolish way, like to code. Also given a whole halberd as his weapon. Very cleanest end makes sense for his character. ID where he wears shorts if I'm not mistaken. Standard combat wear for most factions is a 3-piece suit. Be like very early 20s. I'm gonna leave that where it is. Let me erase all these other things because they were not his grade before we start getting confused. For focal point, his face is very focal. The fact that his hair is nice and bright and golden does make me look him directly in the face. The tie being red is kind of a non-issue. I wish once again there was more contrast between the shirt and the skin tone, but that's okay. The hair being gold and being the only thing that is gold does make his face focal. That's what we want. Works for me. 4. Silhouette. Let me know if I'm sounding like a broken record. But... Is this Seal Phantom Hive from Black Butler? Is this... Actually, I could probably name like 4 VTubers that dress like this. Kid from Fortnite. Yeah, probably, maybe. Pikachu. Another good guess. That's true. Don Quixote. That's also true. Wait, hang on. Do they even have similar silhouettes just across this series? What does Don look like? Oh no! Oh no! Wait! Don! They both have the same stature too. They're both short. Wait. Oh no. Hang on, no Otis jump scare. Go away, Otis, for now. Sinclair. Oh no! This is the same character. People have issues telling them apart in other art too. Their hair color is really similar too, which doesn't help. Oh no! Like, they aren't that similar looking of characters when we look at them next to each other like this. And they are wearing their uniforms slightly differently, but if you told me they're twins, I would not... I would believe you. The youngest and the oldest. Is Don Quixote the oldest character? It's a common joke. Okay. Also, why did the music stop? Hello? Can I get more music, please? Hello? Playing music. Grandmothers? Okay, interesting. By a lot? Intriguing. Oh, wait, I did know why. I do actually know the answer. Somebody reminded me of the spoiler, which is the reason why I know the answer. But, unfortunately, my man, you and her might actually need lower points for silhouette. The fact that you guys don't have distinguishable silhouettes, even within your own game, not great. Not fantastic. Color palette. The gold adds something, but once again, it's not bad. They're not working. We just need a little more interest, as we said, for probably everybody else. Lexi versus Clarity. The fact that he hasn't customized his outfit a little bit more for the fact that he is newer and fresher to the organization is fine. But as a result of that, he is feeling a little generic. He needs something. We could have made his outfit more particular so that we are still conveying the fact that he is new and fresh and green. However, it is not here. It was a little bit under-detailed. So, I think I identified Dawn from a mile. Her being a little brighter does help. So, what is our grade here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6? Oh no, my boy. Sinclair, my boy. I think you're tied for the lowest grade I've looked at yet for this game. What did I just say? 6.5? Or is it just 6? It might just be 6. Count again. EG 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6. Yeah. Sorry, man. One who shall grip. 100%. We have another one who shall grip? Is that related to his story? That Faust also had a relation to that. They're both German too. Interesting. Yes, yes, okay. Can you say he has potential? I'm sure he has potential. They're related. Ah, they're together. Okay. Wait, Faust was the one who grips. He's the one who shall grip. Oh, you're right. Very important distinction there. It's what if he joined the antagonist? Ah, I follow. So she also had the same thing happening. So if I remember correctly, the one who grips is a part of, or is part of the group that hates on the automaton type characters, or like the more robotic fellas? Am I remembering that correctly? Oh, there she is! Look, she's in the background and everything. Faust is here. She's come back, don't forget her. Oh man, he is really a little German boy. Content warning once again for looking at these arts. Sometimes they're a little graphic. Oh look, they're hanging out together. He wasn't in hers, but she's in his. They hate prosthetic humans. Ah, and those were the things we were seeing in the background of his base ego. But I see what we're going for. Is his outfit similar to hers also inspired by the same character, which is that antagonist whose design we actually graded last week? It might be. The entire family used prosthetics. Ah. Yes, Sinclair family creates prosthetics. Grippy Faust was released before... Ah, okay. So since she predates him, that's why she's in his. Let me open... What was that fella's name? Not Gregor. Cromer? Was it Cromer? Cromer! Cromer with the highest grade we've seen today. Is this just gonna be a reprisal of the grade that Cromer got? Because I feel like they're once again doing more or less everything 1-to-1. Let's find out. Nope. Goodbye, Yisung. Not yet. Your turn. Idle sprite. Nice. Whoa. Very bloody. Yeah, okay, so it is quite similar. I feel like we've lost the proportioning that makes it interesting here, where these being thigh-high knight's armor for the legs is very interesting for the blocking, where we don't have that here. This is much more standard with knee-high boots. We do have more of the seals, which I was told was important to this character before also. The belt's more exaggerated, but it's not as asymmetrical, but they have moved the asymmetry higher. We have changed the ascot to black. Knight Rodia does the same. Interesting. Cromer's slaying. Yes, Cromer is slaying in the thigh highs. I like the thigh high knight bits. Eyes do a bit too, and the eye bags. Yes, the eye bags. The face is very stark here. I believe, if I remember correctly, the struggle that I had with Faust, I'm gonna keep saying her name like 3 different ways. The struggle I had with her was that there wasn't enough contrast around her face in her sprite here. Meanwhile, the fact that his hair is more golden, I feel like is helping his face to be more focal, because they've also made his face brighter than his clothing is as far as value, subtly, and then his eye whites help. His pupils being really small and brighter red than the other elements does make his face quite focal. So let me start grading that here. Move over, little Cromer. You're taking up too much space. Nope. Move over. Scooch. Move you back in here. Let's see the rubric. Let's do a little reshuffle. Whoops. I should just drag things around instead of complete reshuffle. Gamer Demon, thank you for following. Outfit of the leaders of the N-Corp. Okay. Gameplay-wise, they work perfectly together. Sinclair does high damage at low sanity, and Faust heals sanity so he doesn't completely lose it. Ah, first ID that's better at low sanity. Interesting. I am definitely getting a read of low sanity from how bloodied he is and the expression on his face. Sinclair, if he joins Cromer instead of having Cromer scare him off by murdering his family. Ah, rating outfits without context is just weird. It is tough. I will admit that. It is a struggle, but I at least have some of the context for this outfit that I learned from last week. And we are Faust. Yeah, not Faust. Faust. We are at least able to determine whether, based on a cold read, the outfit is conveying the aesthetic and the personality that it should be. Yeah. Ideal? Huh? And Faust's sanity healing plays a cool whistle sound that is music. Oh, that's cool. Do not say ideal, that is all, or odd. Okay, well, you've said the words and now I've said them, so that's okay. Sinclair's 2 IDs based on sanity gain or loss. Interesting, okay. So, color palette. The color blocking is a little bit more interesting. I'm looking at him on my other monitor. It's a little more interesting than his base design, I will say, from the fact that we have gold and red and brown in the undertones. So there's a little more variety, so I would give him full points. For silhouette, the silhouette would be really cool, same as the struggle we had with Faust, but it's not enough for me. The cape, the cloak, kind of still consumes everything, but it's a little better than it was before, maybe. Some of those seals in the armor is sticking out in the silhouette just a little bit more. Complexity versus clarity, the red all over from the blood is just a little overwhelming and distracting without as much of it. I feel like it's something where we could use just a slight bit less. Oh wait, why don't I just go like this? Easy. Nope, wrong one. You come back over here. What is this song? Oh, it's singing. We can't do that. Gameplay's very confusing. What'd you say? Gotta admit, this is a game where I'd have to hear what the plot and actual gameplay is because the character designs are extremely boring to me. Just a bunch of people in suits with slight variations. It seems like a lot of the interest is coming from the alternate outfits. Potentially. And it's just going for a darker aesthetic, but yeah, maybe a lot of it is coming from the storytelling. People are very attached to these characters, and it is because the storytelling is so effectively done. I also what is considered to be one of the worst identities, which is that the Los Mariachis Sinclair? Oh no. What do you mean worst? Intrigued. Let me say land like La Mancha. Okay, you guys are all going off the rails still. Silhouette, better than it was. Complexity versus clarity. I'm a little overwhelmed. We've kind of swung to the opposite end of that spectrum. Focal points is still the face. So what is this? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good work, man. You got an extra half point here. Step in the right direction, but not as far as you need to go. Good work. Let me save and close these and we'll keep going. Cromer, go away. You're done. Bye! Save as Sinclair Grips. There. Oh, I hear Jubby. We're not ready for Jubby yet for the stranger, but Jubby has gotten home, which means it's past 4 o'clock, and it means I'm very behind schedule here. Surprised the passion everyone has for us. I'm actually curious for once. Yeah, I will say, this has been probably the most passionate group, other than when we looked at Cookie Run Kingdom, that we have seen for one of the games we've critiqued. And I'm gonna guess that for this one, it does come down to the storytelling and that the writing is very well done. Perhaps. Let me save Sinclair and we will close. Maybe for the sake of Jubby just coming home, we could switch to the guy whose name I've said wrong like 10 times now. Which is okay. Project Moon's fan base is quite interesting. I do hear that they have a CULT following to some capacity where people who have played their past games are 1,000,000% gonna play the future games. Also, he's the first character to use negative coins. AK wants to hit tails. They're supposed to lower power, but it's reversed for Sinclair. Okay, interesting. Infinite time to about 20 minutes of focus power. That's funny. You called. I see you guys all saying things about this character already. I know this character is very beloved. I gleamed that last week. This character is partially, if I remember correctly, I was not familiar with the source material for this character. But I do have it nearby, so I can grab it if need be. This character, to me, from an outward perspective, for the cold read, I'm not reading any of your chats for like the next 30 to 45 seconds and or maybe a couple of minutes for a cold read purpose. This character, to me, feels like he has lost his will to live a little bit. He is quite pale. He is quite strong eye bags. His hair looks like it has grown out and is a little bit unkept. He seems reserved from the way that he is posed. He is once again wearing the exact standard uniform pretty much, except for the fact that he is wearing his vest and that there's a little bit of wear and tear. He's not wearing the jacket, he's kind of being shrouded in the jacket as well. Where for some of the characters that feels like a power move where they're like sort of puffing their chest out by putting it on their shoulders, trying to command more space. But for him, it seems more like, not to say like it's weighing him down, but it seems more like he's like hiding within it a little bit. Riku, that's a crazy sentence. Retreating into it, eh? Are you getting me to say, the funny words that make you guys get really excited? But yeah, he seems like, based on the way that he is positioned, like he's a character who is quieter, maybe a little bit sadder, a little bit more exhausted, and like he's being, like oppressed by his clothing a little bit more than the others were, potentially. Squiiji got the character down, truly ideal. I'm glad that me getting the character down was ideal for you. I would say that's ideal in general, to understand what a character is supposed to look like, if I can determine that from looking at him. Namesake is a Korean author of the same name. Yes. So, the Namesake is a Korean author of the same name. I believe he is taking inspiration from a story by that artist as well, which I think is what's coming into play in this aspect here. I read just the synopsis of it briefly earlier. Yeah, the wings is the story. We have wings here already. I think this is a circumstance where wings are representing freedom, because this is a character, at least from what I read, that was like kind of locked up. He was shying away from the world in sort of a lightless room, sort of losing his willpower a little bit, and I think his wife was trapping him, if I remember correctly from the synopsis I read. So for him being in jail, that does make sense, and I'm gonna guess that what we're seeing back here, these are the mirrors, maybe, that he was using to look around within the room, because it says he was captivated by his wife's mirrors, and then this is maybe the home that he was trapped in and not really escaping. Does not have a wife in the game. Okay, maybe he was just trapped then. Also based on Crow's eye view, hence the black hair and eyes. Ah, okay. Okay, Crow's eye view. Oh yeah, so another poem of his. Pen name directly treated as a fictional character, separate from himself. Okay, interesting. Odd ideal, and that's all, literally, are all homonyms. Okay. You pick up on the motifs, the minors are super important. Welcome back. What? Okay. Man's a philosopher, a genius, depressed and stuck in the past. Goofy, likes puns of his name, also invents the mirror that the IDs are pulled from. Ah, so they are pulling the mirror aspect from story and making it relevant to his character going on from there. So I think I am getting a good read of his personality, more or less. I see you guys saying that the small details are very important, but a lot of the small details, without context, I won't be able to get, so that is why I may need a hint as to what's going on. But I think I got a good general read of the character and their intentions for how they want to convey him to us as the viewers. If I zoom in here, knife. Oh, is this broken glass? Some torn shreds of things. He's got his little name tag here still. He's reading, which I think is going to relate to him being a poet. Some capacity, or the genius angle maybe. Miss Yi-song created a technology that allows someone to look into a multiverse of different possibilities, aka the mirror. Project Moon can't help but make basically everything in their games diegetic. Smallest detail being that book. I really like the book. Fly, broken glass. Wings made of shards of glass, technically. Ah, okay. I guess I could see a little bit of that happening in this shadow, where this is very sharp. Like, this feels like a feather, this feels like a feather, this feels like a shard more so. So they're a little bit more angular. But if we are going to do the shards of broken glass thing, I wonder if they could have changed the way they've tattered the bottom edge of his jacket to reflect something of that nature, where right now it's tattered in the sense that it feels burnt or treaded upon. They could change it to feeling fractured by just having, like, longer, taller rips in it. And we could have more angular pieces to the bottom of it so that this looks like it is fractured in a similar capacity. And that would add a little bit of variety, where the combo of jacket on the shoulders, or jacket being worn, it being a long jacket, and it being a jacket that has this sort of tattering pattern at the bottom, is something that is not exclusive to this character, or even to like 2 or 3 characters. I feel like I've seen this so many times now, and this could be something that makes it a little bit more specific to him. Change the style. Sharper. That it feels more reminiscent of other elements going on. Dude loves his wordplay. That's good. Funny enough, wearing a jacket like that is a trend in Project Moon. I mean, it's a very cool way of wearing a jacket, don't get me wrong. But we can just make the jacket feel like it's got a little more variety to it. In the way that it is being worn. There we go. We add, like, longer, thinner bits to it. And that will also impact the way that he feels. If we make elements longer, feel like they are sagging and long and thin, that all sort of feeds back into that sort of depressed air that he is giving off to us. So I do think that changing that shape language just a little bit can just get a little more mileage for us. Which every jacket in PM is a cape with armholes. Not all of them. Otis doesn't have that. Otis has a cropped jacket, which I am a fan of. We haven't gotten there yet. Sad wet puppy. Yeah, a little bit. So, as far as focal point goes, the fact that his hair is one of the darkest parts of the design, this part rivals it, but there's not really as much against it that's so bright. I do tend to look to his face because of all the white of his skin tone and his shirt. The red is in that similar area, and then the hair being so black does make the top half of the design quite focal. So I will say, once again, full points for focal point. I don't have an issue here. Complexity versus clarity. I'm not really having any trouble reading different elements, but once again, he feels a little bit non-specific. This critique of the bottom edge and how they could have incorporated his other motifs into it, even if just loosely, I feel like could have been a benefit. And then, you know I have to do it to him. I had to do it to everyone. Who is that? Who is this? Who's that Pokemon? Not ideal. Not so ideal. No ladder today. Oh wait, you're right. Did we do a single ladder test today? I don't know if we did. Don Quixote. I can tell this isn't Don Quixote because they're at least proportioned differently, but I could see Faust as being who this is also. Let me open Faust just really quick. They have a similar enough haircut. Where's Faust? Where's Faust? Faust here. Hi, Faust. Oh no! Oh wait, they are so similar. Hang on. Wait. No. Oh no. Oh no. They even have the same thing happening at the bottom of their cape. He feels a little bit taller than her. Oh golly. Here, come over here, Faust, for a second. Guess who? They're both scientists. I guess that's fair. But this could be the same character. No, we don't want to see this, especially within the same game. Especially with such a small cast, too. Meant to be pretty similar, but yeah, this doesn't help. We could change where the weight is in one of their hairs. Where her weight and her hair could be higher. His could be higher. Or we could have more little bits sticking out. Her hair could be a little bit spikier. Oh. Sleeves are less pronounced for Faust, plus she's a sword. We're ignoring the sword. The sword is not a part of the silhouette. The sword is an accessory. Looks like the male-female options for a character creator. They kind of do. Oh. Silhouettes for the gender choice at the start of JRPG. Yeah, they kind of are. Bye, Faust. Thank you for stopping by. Anyways. Oh. Because you and Faust could be the same person, your silhouette is getting less points. Color palette. You are one of the only characters where I'm willing to accept a very stark black and white palette because you are aiming for these sort of depressed and repressed and like you are feeling crushed type of character. I feel like being in a completely muted and desaturated gray makes sense for him personality-wise. Yeah, emo man. It makes sense for him where it doesn't make as much sense for other characters. So I'm not as bugged by it in this circumstance. Legs help me differentiate, but still very similar. It's not enough. It's not enough. These characters could be Kirito from Sword Art Online. I would probably still be a similar enough silhouette that I couldn't tell the difference. Except for the fact that maybe Kirito's head is slightly bigger. This is isekai protagonist with dark hair and a long jacket, unfortunately. What can you do? So, silhouettes. Not fantastically strong. Silhouettes are part of what is important to the staying power of a character and the recognizability, and this game is not doing fantastic with it. That isekai bit's kind of funny in hindsight, ain't it? Maybe a little. That's not ideal. You're right. So, 2, 4, 5, 6.5, 7 out of 10? Man, lot of 7 out of 10s this week. What is a good ID for him? What about ID? Because the story answer would be an ego. Interesting. Fell bullet, spice bush. Is spice bush just an ego? We're trying to not look at egos, but we had to look at an ego for the capstone for, what was his name last week? We had to look at the ego for Hong Lu last week because it was story relevant. Spice bush is the ID. Oh, okay, so there's an ID associated with it. Good, okay. Spice bush, what a name. That's fell bullet. South section. I like that this one he's just drinking a coffee. Very good. Mint. Are you giving me the real name of it also? Oh wait, yeah you are, okay. I had to make sure it was the real name. I've actually seen this art before. Interesting. He's like being taken over by flowers in an unhealthy manner. I wonder if this is a reference to, have you ever seen where people will draw characters being taken over by mushrooms or something like that as a sort of tie-in for poor mental health, mayhaps? Fell bullet's also thematically tied in. Okay, spice bush flowers. Yeah, that is what that is. So I'm gonna guess that this is like overgrowth in a way that he is not moving, and it's referencing mental health in some capacity, maybe. Spice bush sucks for his capstone ID. Fell bullet fits his character better. Flower shop trope. If somebody tells me that this is a Hanahaki trope, is that what that is? The fanfiction one? That would be very funny to me. Let me grab his sprite. Okay. I might use the other one just because it's going to be easier to see. Oops, hang on. Him against. There we go. So, silhouette goes crazy. Spice bush is an ID for the character Dongbeak. Wait, so this is based on another character. Song. Nostalgia's a big part, stuck in the past. Hang on, if only your love is hatred and technology for how it's useful. What? Hang on. So, I see people saying that this is another one that is Spice Bush, stuck in past, bake a long bake. Fellbolt's the opposite. Okay. Reference to a certain technological atavism that is professed, literally plowing fields so that flowers can grow on them again. It's a bit conceptual. Okay. So, first things first, silhouette goes crazy. This is like one of the most interesting silhouettes we've seen yet. Granted, it is coming partially from his accessories, but we are doing wings kind of as a motif through the... That's not it. Hang on, come back over here. Through the shaping of all these branches, which once again, we can't see very well. Now I can see it. Oh, there's some miscellaneous floating bits in this. There, I can put you right there. The gold being consolidated in the upper half of the design also does make this design have an upper half focus. The hair being the starkest, darkest black in general, along with the asymmetry and the biggest cluster of the gold, does make his head very focal here, which is good, so we can keep that where it was. For color palette, gold is a much more hopeful color and is often associated with the sun, but he is still sitting half in the dark in the illustration for it, which is interesting. And flowers usually do have associations with like new life and restoration, but the branches are still completely dead. And they seem like they're growing from him in a manner that's not healthy. So I don't know. Funny how bright it is visually, but it's a dark future. In Limbus, sloth is yellow. Okay, I could see that. I was sort of taking this in the direction of mental health and depression, therefore things are growing on you, like moss might grow on you because you're not taking care of yourself, or like barnacles growing on yourself because you aren't taking the time to clean up and to get those things off of you. So I could see that making sense. Yellow can translate as sickness. I have seen flowers also associated with sickness in the sense of Hanahaki, but that's like one of those like fan fiction-y trope things. Search of ego basically explains why he's got those flowers. I have it open. Let's see if it tells me. In the main story, identity called. Okay, first identity based on a character's personal ego. First identity of a base attack skill. Okay. Noon greeting. He ensures Dante has his that his potatoes have not sprouted as a reference to a cutscene. Interesting. Actually, that's the only information it gave me. identity story might have to tell me what's going on. Oh, nope, that's just all of the text of the story. Gold, a symbol of wealth. That is an interesting thing, that they did not make gold the symbol of greed, perhaps. Reminiscing and nostalgia about the past. State of nature, because in the story it's contrast with technology. Greed isn't a sin in Limbus. Interesting. He's growing flowers at the cost of himself. Unhealthy nostalgia. Main motive for this one is nostalgia for the better and simpler times in the past. Okay. So without me knowing that this is what the simpler times of his past might look like, I may be missing that conceptually. Placed with gloom. Ah, gluttony fills that role, which is clean. Could the king in yellow be something tied to this? Maybe. Gluttony is a sin instead. Gloom is used rather than greed. Okay. Gloom is depression. Okay, I see. Compassed by gluttony. Okay, that's fair. So, conceptually, I'm still a little torn as to how to grade this one because I feel like I'm missing things, but I feel like that's more of just a skill issue on my part. The color palette is visually engaging from adding the gold to it, and the gold having a variety of undertones that are much harsher. Whoops, hang on. Harsher in the addition. Man, I wish they went for these oranges in this one, but that does add something interesting. Cool tones here. They could have kept warm tones in the body, but that's okay. The silhouette is good. Do I have really anything else to say here? I think I graded everything. This might be one of the better ones yet. I'm not having any clarity problems. I think it's okay. Concept isn't obvious, but also an externalized reflection of a character's internal worldview. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that I might be missing something, and that's a skill issue on my part. I lack the context that is needed to maybe make the most sense of this. But from what it seems like he is doing an okay job of conveying those elements, and I still think I'm getting the overall general vibe of what the intended vibe is. Here, perhaps. In the Middle Ages, despair was a sin because it was seen as denying God's promise and blessing. Ah, okay. I see. King in Yellow is about knowledge is corruption. Interesting. If knowledge is corruption, that could be related to wishing for simpler times, maybe, in that capacity. The flower in him is wearing a specific set of clothes representative of his culture, so it might be tough to just blind read that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that I might not be able to blind read that because I am not as familiar with the fact that this is what those nostalgia parts are. It's not nostalgia I can personally experience, as I don't really have a very good time period for it. Yeah, it needs a bit more context for me, but I would say that based on you guys having the context, it seems like it's working fine within the context. Korean, so far from our established cultural understanding. Yeah, I will say, I don't always have the best. My understanding of Chinese and Japanese cultural history is a little bit better than my Korean history at this point. Don't worry, I have been continually researching all of those things so that I can be stronger in these cold reads, but it is something that's gonna take time. So, I think this is the grade. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9? Someone doesn't always travel. That's also true. Because of the baggage that we bring to anything from our own individual cultural basis, sometimes it can be hard to pick up on specific cultural touch points because colors can mean totally different things between different places. We associate red here in the US with sometimes warmth, but more often anger. Meanwhile, red in Chinese, like, color language is luck. So, yeah, we do have to, yeah, white can be pure or death. There's a lot of variety for how things can read, so we do have to try and put ourselves into other people's shoes. But I am always learning things, and I'm always picking up new things. So I'll note some of these things down here. Choice and taken from Rodia, how fitting. Yellow and Limbus is, at least is sloth, okay. Probably aware of the pun that is his name. Yes, they did make me aware of that. 9 out of 10! Good work, man! Let's save you, let's close you. So you did gain 2 points when we make you more conceptually relevant. Let's save this. So this is I'd be interested to know what the particular, I feel like flower language is gonna be important here too, which is something I'm missing. I don't know the flower language or like flower symbolism of spice bush. That's interesting. I feel like that might be something that's also related here too. When I look at Ego Fell Bullet Yisung, it's better connected to his character. Comment that on the YouTube video, because next week we're looking at Ego, so that might be worthwhile. For that point, next week. Not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not going to say the words you've just said because that's probably a bit. We're doing Ryoshu next. How am I for time? Oh god, I have an hour and 20 to get through 3 characters. Ooh! I was doing my best. I feel like I've been pretty focused, pretty locked in, but it is taking a while. Oh, Fellbolt's an ID? Okay. Yeah, Roshu is the next person on the list. So, I am getting a lot out of this that I was not getting out of this. Where she does seem kind of cool and detached from this base imagery. Her jacket being just sort of strapped across her chest is practical, but her shirt is untucked, and she isn't wearing a tie, and it is partially unbuttoned, so this might be another one of the looser characters who is not as confined by structure or rigidity. She may be more open to the idea of a little bit of variety. O'Share. What are you guys talking about O'Share? There's a lot of abbreviations happening. Kanto's not out yet for what it's worth. Yes, I did see that, but I still feel like we can get a good read on her personality. And there are a lot of acronyms. I'm seeing people warning me about it. I don't know what that means. Why are we doing acronyms? Let me keep cold reading. Her giant sword that is partially wrapped. Her pants, for the first time, seem like they texturally and coat might be dirty as opposed to just the texture of the game. Her haircut is very blunt. Her eyes are red. So she feels a little bit more villainous from dark hair that is really blunt cut. The hair, by having this really blunt cut to it, does add a little bit to her silhouette in an interesting way. She speaks like this. She abbreviates everything. Oh, okay, I see. That's her speech quirk. Abbreviations, doesn't like to talk, okay. Interesting, noted. In game, Sinclair is the one interpreting all the acronyms, as he's the only one intuiting what she's saying. That's interesting that it's Sinclair who is determining that. I see, okay. So, she is wearing her outfit in a way that makes it distinctly different from me than the other characters, which is a step in the right direction. Silhouette-wise, her hair is adding something, and the difference in the cut of her jacket being shorter is moving in the right direction. Also, maybe for silhouette, just a little bit. But it's still not a fantastic silhouette. I'll start us at silhouette here for this one. Little variety. Let's ignore the sword, just for really quickly. Who is this? I can tell that it's not Don Quixote or Sinclair by the blunt cut of the hair and the fact that the jacket is shorter. It's not Dante. I can tell that much. But beyond that, don't know. Not sure. Not super clear who this is. Can't ignore the sword. The sword is not the character. The sword is an accessory. The sword does help, I will say, but the fact that the sword is the only thing that conveys the character means that there is something missing. The character themselves should still be clear if we remove an accessory of that capacity. A weapon is not the same thing as an accessory that's being worn, and even if the sword is in all of her IDs, it's not attached to her body. It's not a part of her. Sword through all timelines and IDs. Quirk is carrying the sword. She never lets go of it. Very important. Okay. I get that it's very important to her. But still, I would say, even at that, the sword silhouette itself isn't especially standout either. Where, yeah, we do have 2 little tassels, and we do have a little bit of looser belts, but the sword doesn't have that exaggerated or interesting of a silhouette either. Unfortunately, it is still very standard katana silhouette. Girl with sword, yeah. She's never fought with it. She never lets go of the sword, nor does she ever unsheath it. Ah, a little bit of Angeal Angeal Final Fantasy. The sword is just for looks. The sword is just here to hang out. Odachi? Oh, that could be what it is, yeah. In every single ID, whenever you are without an accessory, you'd do better to remove her. Okay, alright, okay. So this is a Final Fantasy level of attachment to weapon. I see. Even with it, it's still not the strongest of silhouette. So, as far as other reads that I have about her character, I do need to just look once again at what her basis is, because I think there's another one. Literary sort. Wait, she's from Hellscreen? Wait, hang on. I think I know what that is, actually. Hang on. I looked at these briefly earlier. Yeah, she's an artist. This is about that guy who painted hell and used like real people suffering as a reference to it, right? Maybe? Question mark? Is that what it is? Yoshihide? From Hellscreen. Interesting. Okay. So I definitely get that darker angle to the character from the ego more clearly, lying on the ground clutching her sword to herself, which is wrapped up in all this red stuff. These candles that are burning sort of ominously and dripping. Her name can be read as Yoshihide. Interesting. Alternate way to read it. Image on the window where fingers represent different syndicates for each finger. Okay. Are we seeing depictions of Buddhist hell? Mayhaps that is Buddhist, right? They're depicting on that screen. I'm gonna make a guess that yes, that is it. Right? What is all this? Oh, I see all the abbreviations. Yes, okay. There's big crime syndicates. Okay, she loves art. Interesting. Yeah. Tortures his apprentices using the anguish as reference to the scenes of hell uses to paint. So is she somebody who is like torturing the people she is killing? A little more? Potentially? Refers to killing as art. Okay. That makes sense. I can see that for her. Mafia Yakuza of the city. Okay. Smiling Man, thank you for following. Yes and no. Kills artistically. She enjoys that. She's very sadistic. Okay, fingers are crime syndicates. Dante lets her. Makes art of the kill, so to speak. Okay. Doesn't torture people, at least not anymore. Okay. Anyway, how would you piss her off? Okay. We're getting some mixed answers, but it seems like it depends on where we are in the story and who's letting her do what. So, she seems like she is a character that is not attached to following the rules based on the way that she is wearing her uniform. The fact that she is smoking shows that she may or may not have a special lot of care for her own life, maybe, but that could also be something where we are showing her exhaustion and her need for some sort of distraction for what she is going through. She needs a vice to keep herself distracted or to get through whatever it is that's happening. Yeah, we don't have her capstone yet. Strongest sinner if you ignore the gremlin. Violent but surprisingly docile. Okay. She does seem surprisingly calm, and despite the fact that her clothing is, like, untucked, she doesn't read as disheveled. Because just because she hasn't tucked her clothing in, her clothing is still not dirty. It's not, or not especially dirty. It's texture, I think. But her clothing isn't damaged. She's still practically strapping her jacket across her shoulders. She's making an attempt to wear it in some capacity. Make sure to smoke near children. That's good for her. That's kind. Does lung cancer not get her even with Dante's rewinding? Don't know. Very kind to them. Good for children. Okay. Almost got Hal from House Moving Castle build silhouette. You know? A little bit. And the dark hair in that haircut too. She's a masochist. One of the sinners threatens sinners with only Ryoshu is gonna enjoy what it'll do to you, and she doesn't deny. Ah, okay. Good with children. Surprisingly good with kids. Okay. I don't know if I would read good with kids from her, but I guess in like that one aunt you have that comes around for Christmas and gives you strange presents that all the kids love and they think is really cool kind of way, I could see that, I guess. So as far as reading her personality goes, have I missed anything in particular about her, or have I gleaned most of her personality? I'm not doing anything with my hand. Can you stop that? My hand tracking is being all kinds of silly. I'm not doing anything with my hand right now, and it really thinks I'm touching my face. She and Greg shared a cigarette one time. Good for them. A lot of motives of spiders and being... Oh, motifs of being spiders and being a mother. Interesting. Spiders as a motif. I'm not seeing it here, but I could see it somewhere else, maybe. Mean to Greg. Okay, that's unfortunate. Pretty correct. Okay. Very brash, downright rude sometimes, but sometimes kind. Implied that she has a daughter that's being held hostage somewhere. Gets all the spider egos. Okay, when she's not a murderer, she's motherly. So part of the books. Abnormalities, spider-like creature. Got it pretty well. Red eyes. Okay. These are the same. Okay. So I think, once again, we are getting an okay read of her personality, which means I can give her full points for concept, because that's all they're really conveying in these. As far as concept goes, as far as what they intend to tell us. For color palette, same critique as I have for the other characters. Man, I wish we had another color happening. here somewhere, anywhere, if it was just a different undertone. The fact that the inside of her jacket is red does offer some opportunity for interest. Still missing something, as all of them are. Her silhouette, even if we are thinking about the sword is still a pretty stock standard sword. It is not that embellished, it is not that modified in silhouette, it doesn't have a lot of positive and negative space happening with it. It could use some more of that if that's going to be what is determining her silhouette, and she herself could just use a little more. Might be a thematic reference to be revealed. Yeah, so the fact that she doesn't have the capstone ID yet, I do think is impacting our ability to read her, but for what we have, I think it's okay. Most character relevant that we currently have goes into being motherly. Okay, wait. Butler is the most character relevant? Red Eyes and Penitence. Oh, I guess not having the capstone does make it also harder for us to have a character relevant ID to look at also. Analyze the ego design. We will. We're gonna do all egos next week, theoretically. So we can just look at some egos, because I wanted more time for those so we can look at the characters that the egos are inspired by, so we can see how they're interpreting between them. So, hopefully laid back even in front of certain death. Okay. For complexity versus clarity, the level of detail on the sword is nice. I wish there was a similar level of detail on her. The color blocking for her is interesting. I will say, unfortunately, the focal point is her shirt. Because once again, this is the brightest part of her design. They need to push this back a little bit so that way her face will be more focal. I feel like she would benefit from the more gray shirt that we had given Heathcliff earlier as well. Doesn't need to be this dark, but just push it back so that it isn't brighter than her face is, potentially. And then if we have more than one character that has this gray shirt, suddenly it just becomes an alternate option for the uniform, because there are alternate options already that we've seen, where some characters wear a vest, some characters wear some variation of the jacket, but just going like that, do we see how that's making the face pop out all the more? It is. Thank you for following. My pen is more of a relevant because of her association with another character. A little boring. Medically Red Eyes is better, but probably not without content. Butler's based on another character. Red Eyes isn't. Okay, but it seems like actually both of those might be based on another character. We can explain the context if that helps. Characters who wear a jacket didn't just tear the bottom half off like Ishmael did? That is an interesting question. Some of these are very clean in a way that makes me think that might not be the case, but I don't know. I don't know well enough about whether the characters would do that or not. So, yeah, focal point, not the face. Complexity versus clarity. I still feel like there's something missing here. Whereas the level of detail that Rodia had made her feel more specific with her choker and her shirt and the way that she was wearing her belt. Maybe she was more fashion forward. I feel like we'd still just use a little more detail here. It's not terrible. We've got a lot of clarity, but just yearn for something more. Not a Sephiroth? Are you referencing Sephiroth? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not sure I'm reading that word correctly. The company can't afford more than Faust's 10 million on sweater? Yeah, why does she get to wear a sweater? Although I did hear she is technically positioned within the company in a way that's slightly different than the others. Maybe Sephiroth are from Runa and Lob. Oh, in a different game. Okay. Different game, same setting. Name that sounds awfully similar to Sephiroth. Let's see. So, wait. Red Eyes Penitence is based on the Sephiroth Gibra. Okay. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Man, these base designs are very 7 out of 10, it seems like. Which, honestly, for the fact that they are uniforms, without a lot of variety in them, does check out. Kabbalah thing. Okay. So, 7 is good. Yeah, no, 7 passes. I wouldn't say it's great, but 7 is still passing. That's okay. 7's an average score. I think it's a big spoiler, so better not. I don't mind spoilers. Spoilers can't get me, because I don't know what they mean. But if you guys want to avoid spoilers, I'll just tell you to look away. Later in our canto, there'll be more parallels. We'll wait and see. So, I see that there is some amount of people saying a couple different things about which of her other IDs to look at. Red Eyes, I do see Red Eyes and as being an option, and then somebody said Butler as also being plot relevant, maybe? Go for Edgar, family Butler. She's next up for story. Good for her. Based on the face of Gipper, chat is lying. Oh no, am I being one guy? Don't one guy me. I keep saying one guy, and I realize people don't know what that means. Being one guide is having one person tell you something that isn't true, and then you just follow it, essentially. Or they tell you one thing that takes you totally off track. Which happens. Okay, so let me look at red eyes. Copy image. Sadly, we don't have time for both, but I'll just open them so we can look at both of them. We're only going to grade one of them very quickly. Whoops, here, keep playing music, please. Whoops, I copied and pasted that one really small. Hang on. Whoops. Make it full size. There we go. Ooh, the eye motif is interesting. I guess it makes sense for being red eyes, but the eyes being physically built into her jacket is very uncanny in a way that I enjoy. I love character designs that take into account a little bit of a horror element. That is very interesting, the way that that's working. We are emphasizing her eyes, of course, which just makes sense. I like this new look in your eyes. You finally understood that I am not your prey. Interesting. Let's see. Idle sprite. Oh, the clarity! No! No! Why is she all one color? I get that she probably has a version of this that has the eyes open. Yeah, she does. Okay. But that still doesn't solve the fact that her overcoat is the exact same value as her pants and her vest are, and her hair. Why does this keep happening? Red Eyes Devouring is just the eyes but more red. But that's still not making the clarity any better! No! Horrors of LobCorp Eco Suits. Sent from a game with much smaller sprites. Unfortunately, they didn't revise it from the game. Red Eyes is also a uniform. LobCorp design strikes again. What is the character that this is based on? Is there a particular character from Lobotomy Corporation that wears this, or is this just the general uniform they have? I just want to see what that looks like and see how they're interpreting it. It seems like they tend to go really one-to-one. Doesn't mirror anyone specific, just an abnormality. It's a suit, the eyeball spider. It's based on a monster. General uniform and outfit. LobCorp Emo? She holds as a reference. It's just gear, equipment. Okay. Not a character, an equipable armor. What is the equipable armor called? Does it have a name? Is it called something? Lobotomy, ego, red eyes. Okay. Lobotomy, ego, red eyes. Thank you. Google searching. Oh wait, it's just her. That's just what this skin is called. I was hoping for the other game where it would have the details about it, but that's fine. Lost themselves out to focusing on something. Project Moon searching for a chibi artist. Ego suit, red eyes. Okay. I'm Googling. If nothing comes up, I will not worry about it. Oh, this is just her ego in it, which is wearing more or less the same outfit. Just longer. Purple has a little better clarity in that version. Is this it? Whoa. Yeah, hang on, wait. This is it, isn't it? It's so small. What do we see? Ah! Hang on, throws it off screen. I think this is a cutout of the equipment from Lobotomy Corporation. Oh, it's still so low contrast. This is pretty much exactly just interpreting the outfit. Just having her wear an exact outfit that already exists. But man, that's so low contrast still. Not fantastic. So that's already a point against. Contrast. Well, oopsie, hang on. This comes down, unfortunately. Clarity is not fantastic. Color palette is still kind of okay. Should be the face eyes, not distraction body eyes. Yeah, no, distraction body eyes is not the face being focal, unfortunately. Where are you? Here. The face, I would say, is still pretty focal here, despite the eyes, because of the skin tone. Nothing else is really in that sort of brown undertone like her skin is. It's a little bit of, like, orangey brown in undertone, whereas these are red, and because there's so many of them, it becomes less important. So I do look to her face first. It is framed by a lot of dark elements. So I would say focally, she's doing okay. The eyes are a little distracting, but they're eyes and they're red, and that's sort of hard to work against. For complexity versus clarity, yeah, it's gonna stay there. Color palette's okay. Silhouette is honestly nothing to write home about. Where are you? Once again, the weapons are the entirety of her silhouette. She still has more or less the same silhouette, which is still the same kind of lacking silhouette, unfortunately. Blunt haircut, roughly mid-thigh length, clean-cut jacket, straight leg pant. Not a lot going on here. Maybe Ryoshu's better, also just a standard maid outfit. If the butler one is just a standard maid outfit, that wouldn't be especially helpful for us to analyze either. So I think this is the points for this. 2, 5, 6, 7.5. You get an extra half point here. There we go. I'll look at the other one just really quick so I can see what it looks like. There's red eyes. Let's see. What was the other one? The butler one? I'm just curious now, which is the struggle. I gotta not be curious because I don't have a lot of time, but I am curious. Okay, so she is just a maid. Is she even a French maid? Yeah, butler isn't really too different. There's a little bit better clarity. I'm so short right now. It's just a maid outfit. She's carrying a knife, which adds to her silhouette, and her hair being tied up adds a little bit to her silhouette, but it's still not really much to write home about, unfortunately. English maid doesn't matter much, that's fair. Maids are cute. The silhouette has a little bit more going for it, but not a ton. The color palette is actually missing something. What can you do? No, I'm not in quicksand. They just shrunk me down with their shrink ray beam, as they love to do. Collection of Wild Hunt Heath and her knife? Is there? I don't see him in her knife. Oh wait, maybe if I like really zoom in. Hang on. It's really subtle. I don't know how there's enough information for you to determine that's who that is in there, but yeah. That's fine. Next week we'll look at some egos for her, but I really don't feel like this is adding a lot, unfortunately. Is this Ishmael in the background? As a maid also? Good for her. Hope the girlies are getting along. Anyways, Ryoshu, I think that does it for you. Save as, this is Ryoshu. Red eyes. Not fantastic, a step better. It's like a British maid. Yeah, I guess it was British maid. It is animated and easier to see. I will say the animations do make things a little bit clearer in some of the circumstances, but unfortunately for this one, it wasn't adding that much clarity for me still. The center of the body is all one flat color, unfortunately. It just wasn't reading fantastically. The arms have better clarity and the legs have better clarity, but her torso just becomes a miasma of dark color. Steel with animation. All right, now it might be time to summon Jubby. Jubby is my partner. Jubby's read the stranger, I believe. Let me see if Jubby is willing to be summoned really quickly. Mr. Salt time. Caps lock. That's okay, don't worry about it. Is Limbus making you long for Genshin's designs? No. No. With Genshin's designs, I had to complain about other things. Every game has their like thing that I have to hammer home as being my frustration point. With Arknights, it was color palette. With this game, it's silhouette. With Genshin, I think it might have actually been both of those things, but also focal point. Yeah, no. Look at his marvelous silhouette. Back to Ryoshu in a couple months when she's her own story. That's fair. By the time we get to looking at doing some rating for them, I do character design, like ratings and stuff like that for tier lists. We'll probably look through all of their IDs for that one, and at that point we might have an ID that's more conceptually based for her. We might have her capstone. Meursault? Isla is just man, that's true. Let me see, yeah, Jubby arise. Let's see if Jubby wants to participate. Jubby! Jubby's thoughts on The Stranger is that it's a good book. There'll be no Jubby appearing at this moment. So, I don't really know what all goes on about that. Other than the fact that I think I have gleamed from the knowledge I do have, the little bit that I do have, is that the main character, which I believe he is the namesake of, is a character that is especially focused around, is it rationality? Where he is like too rational and too cold in the way that he approaches the world, in a way where he's almost amoral as a result. He's too neutral, maybe? I don't think of the right words to describe him, from what I knew. So, looking at this character, that is the kind of thing we'd associate with a character who dresses in a way that might be a little bit tight-laced, or, like they're going to be very focused on order in their outfit, although it seems like he doesn't prioritize order, just prioritizes things making sense to him and his ration. But his hair is very neat and very well kept, although it's not really adding anything to silhouette, unfortunately. He has an iron fist, which already has associations with that. And then for his clothing, he's not wearing a jacket, but he is still feeling very professional. I appreciate that he's not wearing the jacket, because adds a little more variety to the silhouette. Okay, Jovi actually has arrived to give us thoughts.
I make my own entrances.
Okay.
Only.
That's fair. Sorry to try and make you enter before you were willing to enter.
Yeah. Boom. Kick in the door. Oh,
boom, kicking the door. This is Jovi, my partner, who has read this book.
Let me guess.
Who's also an art teacher.
This is probably a play off of Camus' The Stranger. Let me guess. Alright, so what have you already discussed so far about this guy?
I have discussed the fact, I don't really know that much about the stranger, but I know that the main guy, who this guy is named after, whose name I keep mispronouncing, is somebody who prioritizes, like, his own rationale above all else, where he ends up being a little amoral because he's too neutral about a lot of things. He's very cold in his approach to the world.
I mean, that is kind of, I mean, it's been a very long time since I read it, but I mean, it's one of those great existentialist novels.
Existentialist.
Yeah,
okay.
I shouldn't say existentialist, but he's, you know the premise of the book, correct? He
kills someone.
He kills...
Someone dies.
He kills him to, I believe it takes place, I might picture this, I'm pretty sure it's in Morocco, but I might be forgetting.
I think this will actually tell me. Oh wait, this is the wrong person. I'm still on Ryoshu here. Let me find him. This tells me what is the relevant part of the story to who they are. Where is he here?
His literal name is Meursault. Okay.
Is his name said Meursault?
Meursault. It's I think it's a French name.
Yeah.
It's a French colony, I believe.
Let's see. Amoral, overly rational man. Hell yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So this is the premise. There are two Arab men on a beach, and he kills one. But the premise of it is that it's like, I don't know. The question is, was he threatened by the man, or did he kill him in cold blood? There's kind of all this setup beforehand, and it's obvious to everyone else that it's kind of in cold blood. But the premise of why it's kind of love for its kind of, I don't know, nihilistic existential capabilities is because like the rest of the book is just the trial. And then when he's in prison. So it makes sense why he's locked up and everyone's pointing fingers at him, because they're like, yeah, you definitely killed that guy in cold blood.
All these characters are locked up. That is just a general trait for all of them. But yeah, pointing the fingers at him as being related to the fact that he did do something ill, I guess would make sense. The sun was too bright.
Yes. Okay, wait, that is my favorite part of the entire book. I'm so glad they referenced that. There's literally a premise when he's, they've gone through every single, the prosecution is like, you've been through all, like, here's the evidence, you did this, you did that, they hear from witnesses, testimonies, the judge is staring at him, and it's like, he's given a moment to try and explain himself.
Is that what he uses as his justification?
All he can say is he's like, it was so hot.
Oh, wait.
He's like, and he's trying to explain it, but he cannot express why he's like, the sun was so hot.
Wait, this is so funny that his gauntlet says Soleo, which is the sun.
The sun.
Does he punch a guy? Does he punch the guy?
No, he shoots the guy.
Oh, okay. But I guess in this circumstance, it seems like they have made him like a gauntlet user, where the thing that he would be using to kill others is branded with the word the sun, which is his justification for killing.
I would say that he's definitely one of those characters where he's literally, quite literally the stranger. Like he doesn't really feel at home. He has some love interests and other characters, but it's not like he doesn't really have a connection. He doesn't really have a connection to other people. And then his connection to people is that he's being tried for murder, and then he's put on death row. So he's sitting in death row, and that's where most of that, like, I don't care about anything, I'm gonna die, you know, it's like, that's where that kind of, turmoil comes from that chapter.
Okay, so would you say, based on your understanding of the Stranger, that do you think that this is doing a good job of personifying some of the personality? We're not aiming for this to look like a character who is encapsulating all of the angles of the book. We're just trying to glean the general personality and vibe of that character from the book into another character.
I mean, yeah, literally this is like kind of what I pictured him to. I mean, they kind of describe him in the book. They describe him as in a similar way. He's always smoking in the book. This is supposed to be like, it's kind of like 19, I don't remember if it's like the 30 or I'm not familiar, but
don't remember.
I should say it was like a long time ago I read it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You're just more familiar with it than I am, so I wanted to call upon you for this, mayhaps.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm just reading the thing here. Yeah, the beginning of the book starts with the death of his mother, which he doesn't even cry at because he's like literally he like can't feel anything. Yeah, in terms of his character, I think he looks, you know,
he seems like he's a strictness about him with the fact that his clothing is all pristine.
Scroll in on his face.
You can look down also.
No. Scroll in really far because I can't see it.
Oh.
It's just like artifacting. It looked like he was, you know, like he didn't have much sleep because
he does look like he's a little bit tired. It does seem like there's a little bit of gray under his eyes, but not as much as some of the other characters they've shown.
Because like literally he's death row. I don't know if the other ones are death row, but he's like supposed to be dead. Can you go over here to this? What is the window doing?
Bunch of nondescript fellows. Strangers, even?
It feels like, in all honesty, this is so epic because then we can go into talking about Fuku's, the Panopticon.
Oh, interesting. I wonder how the Panopticon does relate to the fact that all of these characters do start out in jail cells being observed by something. Some of them are being observed by, not even actually watched, but there's something happening outside for a lot of them, which is either something that relates to their past or relates to something they fear. Yes, Encore. Oh, that's the Encore. Okay. That's one of the groups in it.
I always rode with Bentham. I thought he had a good idea for a prison. Such a good idea, we live in it.
Such a good idea, they decided to go through with it, which is funny. I don't know why they would do that, but
who invented the Panopticon? But the pointing fingers and the eyes is good. Scroll in. What is he like? What is he saying? He's locked up. Looks like he's got a mouth. Oh no. It's just...
No, I think we're getting really stark, strong light from the top down where his face is being cast in shadow. He's wearing chains all wrapped around his hands, and he is chained up also. He's being restrained.
That's the part
from the company of the antagonists. Okay.
That's the part that I get kind of lost on, which is like, I mean, in the book, he's like, the guards come by and just kind of mess with him, like they're just kind of, or talking to him, because he's not like a threat. I mean, he is a threat, but he kills someone, but he's not like, the way that they've depicted him here, this is the reason I said what's on his face, he looks like Hannibal Lecter. Like, it looks like he's got the cannibal mask and he's all tied up and restrained. It's
interesting.
That's, if you were to tell me, if you were to scroll out and be like, this is supposed to be the Stranger, maybe I'd get it from that and the finger points, but if you just showed me that character dead center, I think that they tried to make a sexy Hannibal Lecter, which they already kind of did in the show with Mads Mikkelsen.
That's very interesting. Okay. You guys called the chains of others. He's bound by the expectations and judgment from other people in the trial.
That makes sense.
I
can see that from a standpoint. It's just, I like that they've restrained him, but then they were like, oh yeah, but it's also the jail cell too. But it's not really, it doesn't really feel like, the only thing about the jail cell is the bars, but it's like...
Yeah. I have a question also for fellas out there. Do all of them have barbed wire on the front of their egos? I wasn't paying attention, but it seems like they may all have that. Let me open... Whoops, that's hang on, the wrong one. Most of them seem like they do have it. Not Faust. All of them? Hang on. Rodia. Yeah, okay. I was wondering, it seems like most of them did have that, and I wasn't sure if they did. Some of them is more or less in focus, and the way they've depicted it is slightly different.
Is he an evil man?
Technically, none of them are evil people. They do a lot of killing, though.
But that's kind of the premise of the book, is this, like... Because he's telling, he's kind of telling the story.
Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights is also in this, in the same like group now that he is in too. So like, yeah, they're not evil. They're all morally gray.
Well,
and they all kill people.
Because here's the thing, I would say is the stranger, him as a, which again, I wish I could say his name correctly, but literally, I mean, he is a bad guy. He shoots an unarmed dude. Like he's like not really.
Yeah, in the book they are, but
the premise of the book tries to kind of give some sort of credit. And that's why, I think that's why the son part sticks out in my memory so much, is that, like, he's been talking in his brain the whole book. Waiting for this, trying to explain himself, trying to put into the fact that he doesn't feel anything. He wants connection. He doesn't have that. He wants to, like, be close to people, but he's only time he's brought that. And then he's just like, bro, it was hot.
Bro, the sun was a little bright. I got my eye. I'm sorry. My finger slipped.
There's so much desperation in that. That's one of the only books I've read that I was like, man, it's such a desperate attempt to try and make him like other people and feel something, and he can't. It's like.
So does this one, I can't remember, you guys might have said already, does this one have a capstone ID? All of these characters have like stories that either delve further into some of like the literary reference, or it just develops their character more. Not yet. Okay, so we don't have the full development of his character yet, mayhaps. 2 chapters from now. Okay. So many people have an answer here. Thank you. We know nothing about him. Okay. So from the cold read that we got, I would say that we are, at least from this, we are at least getting a level of his personality. I will say, Joby, the tough thing I've had about this game is that they're all wearing uniforms that are very similar.
Yeah.
So we're really only doing personality reads for concept, because they're going for something very grounded in that. We're going for like group organization.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think that you just have to think of it as how well it can work off source material. What's good about this is it seems like they're mostly literary, not where there's like physical depictions of them. That's what I always loved. I remember when I was in high school, we read Catcher in the Rye, and then I remember looking up if there is fan art, because I'm like, I wonder what Holden I was like, I wonder what Holden looks like. Well, they just like, they describe him in the book, but it's a book. There's no, and then I saw this fan art, and I'm like, whoa, there's a huge community of. Is there really? Yeah.
Oh no, that is like, hang on. So I did accidentally, when I was in high school, after reading Lord of the Flies, we did accidentally stumble onto Lord of the Flies Yaoi.
Interesting.
Which was really peculiar. I was like, that's really strange. These are children. Why?
It's like, I just wanted to see the drawing depiction of them, and I was like, wow. I always like that when they try and personify the characters. Visual.
Yeah, the what now? Yeah. We had just Googled, I think all we had looked up was it was just like we looked up fan art or something, and in the Google search results, it was, I don't know what the 2 boys' names are anymore, but the guys, when the factions split in Lord of the Flies, the 2 main guys kissing, and I was like, peculiar. That's what you got out of reading the story? Interesting. They do kill each other. Unfortunate. Anyways, what are your thoughts on the silhouette?
I mean, it's a man.
It's a man. That's about it, unfortunately.
He's got, he seems very slender.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's something about that. Something rolls off the tongue really well.
Yeah, was he hanging out in the woods?
Like a slender man of some kind. That's interesting.
A stranger, even, yeah. He's the tallest character in the game, but, like, this is not a distinct silhouette, unfortunately. We can have grounded silhouettes that are still more distinct than this, unfortunately. I feel like this modus operandi just kind of exist in the background. I'm not going to take all the points off for him that I might for others, because to some degree, yeah, I guess him just being a stock standard guy does relate to the fact that he is so, like, overly rational, maybe, where he is just doing what maybe, not to say what everyone else does, but he is not trying to differentiate himself very much from other people, because he doesn't seem like that's a motivator for him. But we can only use that as a partial defense. I still feel like he should have more going on.
The one thing also with him is that I think in the context of the story, because there is a kind of political backing to it, right? And it is like, I did look it up, so I did get it wrong. It wasn't Morocco, but it takes place in Algiers, but specifically French Algiers. So I think he is depicted as a white person. in the story. I don't remember, but
Oh.
Part of me is like, this man does not look like he's been in the sun that long. He looks like he's, you know. But I guess there's something about the fact that, I mean, he might be a, you know, Frenchman. We don't know his background. We don't know his history. I do think there is even a moment where he shows up in town for the... No, because he travels away for the funeral. I'm trying to remember this book from way too long.
It's okay. The thing is that they don't end up having that deep of a connection just in the way that they look.
Yeah.
In this base form, there's usually a deeper connection once their story is further investigated. So
I just don't want them to be whitewashing characters. But
oh, yeah, I don't know if they are particularly in this case, but unsure. Yes, he's white in the book. He's a Frenchman. If I recall, he used to be a clerk in Paris.
Yes,
okay.
this is okay.
Right.
That is correct.
Okay. He is French. Okay. I mean, you can be French and not be white. Also, but okay. Pale after a long time in prison. I mean, true, you'd be paler than you would be otherwise, maybe.
That's what I was thinking. Is he supposed to look like malnourished? Because I don't get that like I'm on death row vibe, other than the kind of slightly darkened eyes.
Yeah, I feel like they could have made his face, which could play more into that angle where they're trying to make him still like handsome, but they could have given him like even a sharper cheekbone maybe for that, or like, you know how sometimes in anime they'll sort of cut that like. Let's see, can I do this in a way that is functional? They'll like really cut the cheeks. I might have to erase that out a little bit. Do you know what I mean?
I think he's supposed to look like Albert Camus.
Is he?
I'm looking at photos of Albert Camus because I was like, that's a very specific haircut he has. And is he... I mean, his hair is pulled back, but it's almost like...
You know, I see it a little bit. That's
a young Camus.
Yeah. Interesting. You just gave him mewing? No!
I think Camus should have been, doing a little bit more mewing.
Yeah, Camus could have done a little more mewing. This guy does enough. Surprising... Made to look like the author. That's fair. Other characters have been made to resemble or relate to their authors as well. So, for this, we'll leave this where it was. Here, our grade here... Oh, we gotta finish grading. We didn't finish grading. Complexity versus clarity. Still, once again, for all of these characters, I am wishing they had just something. How would this man accessorize himself? Maybe he wouldn't. But if he is that, like, rational and stuff like that, I feel like maybe he would have even more... I don't know, going on with, like, how he is, like, collar pins or buttons or something that's keeping his shirt from moving, like, things that he doesn't have to think about, his clothing's function, makes it more functional. I don't know. He's just lacking in detail still, as many of them are.
One thing that I love about walking in and doing this is I have no idea about the game. I have no idea about any of the premise of this.
Yeah.
We haven't touched upon the fact, why has he got a gauntlet?
That's true. We really haven't talked about it. Why does he have a gauntlet?
Arm?
That is a good... I think a lot of them have just weapons.
So
Some of
he
them
just
have...
punches people.
Yeah, he punches people. It's so he can punch good.
Yeah.
A uniquely ironed shirt? I don't know if that makes sense. But if they did make this, like, really clean in the way that it's ironed to make it really crisp, that might relate to him. A taller collar might make sense, too, where he feels, like, even more, like, buttoned up, maybe. He's got a gauntlet to block his sun from his eyes.
Yeah, there we go.
We don't know why that's his weapon, but he is big and strong.
Big, strong boy.
Okay. His guns are expensive. We don't know. Okay.
Guns are expensive. And technically he's a felon, so he can't even own a gun.
Yeah, true. Something about an iron fist might play in. I said that earlier, something about an iron fist might relate in the story, but I guess they just don't know enough yet about it.
I always
Practical.
Yeah, you know, they call them penitentiaries because they're trying to make you penitent to God.
Yeah.
So they're all made so that all the doorways are super short.
Yeah.
So you have to bow down.
Yeah.
I don't see my man bowing that much. And he looks like he's standing up pretty tall. Doesn't seem like he's asking too much for God's forgiveness.
I don't think he does. Does he ask for God's forgiveness?
Yes, that's part of.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I forgot. That is a big part of the book.
Okay.
They
might get there once they get to actually developing his character.
But then you're right. Actually, to that same point, he doesn't really. At the end, he doesn't really. It just seems like he doesn't really care. There's kind of a, yeah.
Explicitly doesn't. He specifically does not. He kills the priest and rejects God. Is what I'm hearing here.
Yes. Which you almost.
So the fact that he is standing proud and tall in his stance, I feel like does make sense of that, where he is not feeling the guilt. He is just like, all right.
It makes more sense, too, because the priest was the one that had the robot arm, so he would have gotten it after killing him. That makes sense. It makes sense.
You say that might actually be a thing that's going on in the story. The priest may, in fact, end up with a robot arm. That's not impossible. Other characters have killed each other for having robot body parts. So we will find out. Doesn't kill the priest, just lashes out at him, one of the only outbursts of anger. Okay. He does have a priest get up. That is also funny. Focal points! So his face being the only thing that's got that peachy undertone to it does make me look at his face, but the brightness of his shirt is still just a little distracting. Red is also kind of a distracting color, but I don't think it's too bad here. Look at him in the face. You looking in his eyes?
No.
No?
I look towards his tie first.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's because he has a giant shiny metal thing that's taking over the largest shape of his body. And also, to the same point, I keep looking at that one on the left, and I keep thinking that's Hannibal Lecter. They should have put the shadow just a little bit either higher or lower on his face. I feel because
I know, because the thing to me is that if he were really catching light from above, you still catch it on the top of your cheekbones.
Well, not even just the top of your cheekbones,
and like the tip of your nose.
His whole top shirt is illuminated, so it's like the shadow is just visually confusing.
A little bit. We have had other critiques for other sprites where the shading doesn't fully make sense in the way it's been executed.
It's supposed to, he's leaning forward into the light, I guess.
Oh, that almost feels like a skull, which is interesting.
Yeah. But I understand what they're doing. They're playing with the light where it's like he's looking forward into like a slit into the room. But it wouldn't, I don't think that it makes sense proportionally. Light wouldn't disperse like that. And I just keep thinking my man's trying to eat people.
I don't think he's trying to eat anyone. So, okay, I need to remember that the Encore Inquisitors are a bunch of Encore Meursault even says that Inquisitors went too far, which is funny. I don't know what those words mean, but okay, they went too far and they're Inquisitors. Noted. So points-wise here, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, right with everybody else. Everybody's 7.5s around here. 7 to 7.5. All right, is there a particularly fitting, he doesn't have his capstone yet, but is there an ID that represents some level of story for him in some capacity? I know it's tough, but is there one? Capo? Capo? Not Capo, no. Capo. Encore, okay, I see a lot of Capo. Capo? I'm not sure, is it this one? Let's see, so they have alternate like reality versions of themselves that exist. Oh,
what
okay.
Is
this is like, whoops, hang on, don't save it. Is this Mafia Boss?
I don't think I would ever think of the stranger if I saw this. This
No.
guy looks like the guy from, it's Alucard.
It's not Alucard.
No, it's Alucard from
from Helsing!
From Helsing. Got the red and everything.
Yeah! That is actually so funny. He's got the hat, too. Doesn't Alucard in Helsing have a hat, too?
He's got a hat and he's got round sunglasses.
This is Alucard. Oh, no. Mafia Boss. Okay. You guys are saying that this is in some way story relevant? In what capacity is this story relevant?
He apparently has a shotgun blade. Somebody said that in the chat.
That's cool. I love a gun blade. I am a Final Fantasy fan. I am partial to a gun blade. Genesis made that cool, as did Leon.
I like Sega Genesis too.
Thanks.
I don't know. So that's what they look like in the game?
In combat, yeah.
Oh my god.
When you talk to them, they look like,
Well, go back to those sprites. That's what they look like?
Yeah. We've been levying a couple of critiques against the sprites, which is that a lot of the times they don't have fantastic clarity. They're very chibi, which is fine.
Oh, there's a little bit of movement. I see.
Yeah, they're animated still, so like you're just looking at stills. Like if you look at like here's an attack. A little low frame rate, that's okay. Capo is just the captain rank. It's just cool. He's too mysterious. Versus what he could be if society accepted him. If society accepted him, he'd be a mafia boss. I feel like the whole thing about being a mafia boss is still not being a part of society.
Well, the Capo's like the captain.
Yeah.
He's the underboss.
Yes. $2 to convince your friend to try Limbus Company. My beloved partner, my love and door, who is my partner, is not my friend. But also, thank you for $2. And I don't know if either of us will play Limbus Company, but
what's
noted.
Limbus Company?
That's what the game this is from is.
Oh, Limbus Company.
That's such a funny question to ask. Yeah, this is a scan ID based on a boss called Lehane?
Lehane?
No, not Lehane.
My favorite French film.
Nope, not Lehane. I know you were thinking about the French. L-E-I. Yeah, this is not story relevant, I guess. Let's see. Let's compare this to the character it's based on. Ah, yeah, okay.
Wait, so I don't understand. So wait, there's a version of the stranger, but as another character?
You're going through the crisis I went through last week trying to figure out what's going on about this game. So the whole thing is that these characters have like different like multiverse versions that are like alternate identities in other realities where they have taken on the mantles of other characters, where some of them it's like, okay, what if this character, instead of fighting against so-and-so the boss, what if they sided with them? So then they end up taking on those elements of the character.
That would have sucked if anyone got the stranger. Faust would have shown up, woken up in a jail cell, been like, oh, I guess that's it.
No, they're not going to each other's realities, really. They're going to, like, the reality within, like, these are just, like, different identities that exist within the game, the bosses that are, like, the game's created bosses to some capacity. So, like, these are, like, antagonists to the game. It's not Faust waking up and having murdered a man and being questioned about why he was standing in the sun. Not the same. Although they do appear in each other sometimes, it seems. So, let me give this a grade, because we do still have a whole character and a half an hour to go, so I gotta theoretically get through them. But it seems like this is faithfully just reinterpreting this character into a different outfit with the added bonus of hat and sunglasses. I'm partial to a red jacket. The silhouette, the hat is carrying completely, unfortunately. They really could have done more with that collar, I feel like. Hat's carrying the silhouette. The silhouette otherwise is nothing to write home about, unfortunately, so it might stay right where it is. Whoops.
I mean, Alucard's never looked better.
No, I think he has looked better. Long hair as well. Oh, is his hair longer in this one? That is interesting. We're getting further and further away from the character. Loses the hat. Okay. Oh, wait, is that one of the sprites? Do they have an alternate for him without the hat? Cutscene art? Oh, no. Cutscene art. People only want Capo because he's seen as cool. Did you notice his green eyes? No. Where?
Whoa.
Green eyes? Sure, maybe these 2 pixels are green. You're probably right.
I don't know.
Yeah, he has subtly green eyes.
I don't know if you see this. They can't see this on stream, but Lehane.
No.
Yeah, his opening statement, that's right, you shrimps.
Shrimps is bugs.
That's really awesome.
True. Encore is much more character relevant. Oh, is that the organization you guys told me he was a member of previously? I guess that would be probably more relevant to him plot-wise. But we already started this one and grading it, and I will run out of time otherwise.
So I answered your question?
Thank you, yeah. You answered many a question. Thank you, Debbie.
Since we're on the topic of literary stuff, can I make a controversial statement before I leave?
Sure. Leave us with a little controversy, sure.
Go ahead, alright. This might not be what everyone wants to hear, but this is something that I discussed with Faye ad nauseum over a camping trip.
Oh yeah, they did hear a little bit about our camping trip.
I have something to say about Catcher in the Rye. We had alluded to it earlier, and
sure.
When I read it in school, I liked it. I can see why people like it. Do I think it's overrated? I mean, it's one of those schools it's one of those books you gotta read in school. So, you know, I can understand why people don't like it. But a lot of people's complaints about that book, that Holden is annoying, he talks too much, he's pretentious, and he's a loser. Yeah, I mean, a kid's a teenager. Yeah. He's got no ambition. Yeah, he's a rich kid.
Well, of course that's why teenagers will complain about it, because they're having to face themselves.
They have to realize the things about him. But this is the point, this is the controversy. If you think that makes him a bad person, then you cannot ride with Edward Cullen from Twilight.
True!
Because I'm telling you right now, and I love Edward. I like some of Edward. I like all the things that he gets up to. His hijinks and his Prius that he drifts.
I thought it was a Prius he drifts.
But you know that, and that guy's got no excuse because he's like 100 years old. He died in the Spanish flu, so.
What do we go? Unfortunately. What is this tangent? Joby just had a literary thought to share with us.
I'm just saying.
Can you imagine Holden Caulfield in this game?
Could you imagine?
Surrounded by the killers.
Imagine Holden Caulfield and Edward Cullen holding hands.
We can do that. My brain is possible. Show them Greg. Do you want to see them? Do you want to see Metamorphosis really quickly?
Yeah, I love Metamorphosis.
Hi, Gregor.
Gotta be my. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, I see. He seems to have a little bit of a bug arm here.
Yes, he does. Look at his friend. What was his friend's name? I don't remember.
Oh, see, that's really good. A little cockroach.
What was the friend's name? I don't remember. What is his little creature?
He looks like he's wearing the same clothes that the stranger did.
Because they're all wearing the same clothes.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying that they were like dressed down like all suits, but I thought they'd at least be different.
They're wearing uniforms. Okay. Some of them have more difference in their uniform. If we look at, let me open one of the other ones. Like some of them wear it a lot more differently. Let me grab Ryoshu.
Is it this bug nightmare?
That is something else, but like she's still wearing a variation of the uniform.
I see.
So some of them don't deviate as far.
Yeah.
Which is a critique.
I do definitely believe
Pablo, yeah, that's the friend.
I definitely believe that this dude is more akin to source material.
Yeah.
Mostly just because of a great little bug arm.
That's why he's an 8.5 out of 10. He's a whole point higher than anyone else I think we've looked at today.
Peep the shoes quick. Let's see the shoes.
Nothing really happening with the shoes, but they're brown.
Which pairs nicely with his brown hair and the brown cockroach arm. Actually, really, this seems more Beetle-esque.
Yeah.
Really.
See, they used a little more color variety in the undertone for him also, where a lot of the characters have the same undertone in the entirety of their clothing, including their shoes, but they gave him brown shoes, which I appreciate.
I don't really see his mom trying to beat him with a broom, though. Could
he was an experiment. There's more to it. We can't get distracted. I only have 23 minutes at this point to go through an entire another character,
right,
so... I love you! Thank you for your input! Bye, Joby! And that was our Joby intermission. Yeah, much worse. His mom did experiment on him. We cannot be getting lost in the sauce of Gregor again, though, unfortunately. We have to go to Otis, because we will run out of time. We can talk more about Gregor next week, when we look at egos. Leave me some egos to look at. Miss Otis. This is another one of the... Do I know what you're from? Don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, the website doesn't want to load. We're doing this game again. There we go. Oh, wait, this is the Odyssey. Yeah, this is the Odyssey. This is Odysseus. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Otis is nobody in Greek. Yes, okay. I totally forgot. I went through all of these earlier and I could not remember. Interesting. Okay. So this character is partial to the destruction of eyes and to Trojan horses. Might have killed people judging from the image. Yeah, I guess, content warning, lots of blood and dead people, but that is sort of stock standard for this whole series, more or less. Since she's a woman, her name would be Odyssea. Either way, her name's Otis, which means nobody. War criminal. Just to explain. Okay, so here I'm gonna try for a cold read. I do appreciate she has very different cuts to her clothing than anyone else does. Notice, she's got boots with her pants tucked into them. She has a cropped jacket. Her vest comes down much lower, and it's a little bit baggier around her waist, so we're seeing more of her tie. She's got a tie bar. She also has big, like, chunky earrings on. So her uniform is a little bit more specific to her. She has a holster. Oh, this is what is this weapon called? Oh, we're doing the can E.G. remember Greek weaponry thing. Hi. What are you pointing at?
That's so good.
Yeah, I put fine. You can wear so. Sorry, Orzo intermission. She also has a gunblade, good for her. Oh, Kopsis? Is that what the one is? I was thinking of the different one, of a different name for a Greek weapon, but Kopsos maybe. It's also a gun, good for her. Why does she get a gun? Why does she and the other character who got a gun blade, why do they get gun blades? Meanwhile, Mr. Salt did not get a gun blade. Why? Military background? Okay, interesting. I was also reading the way the cut of her jacket is being a little bit more military inspired, but funny enough, the low cut of her vest reads as a sweater to me. So she does have a little bit of a military feeling for the way that her sword is attached in a military style, and the cut of her jacket. I know they don't wear crop jackets in the military, but how parallel her collar is when it sits open feels a little bit military to me, particular way. Blade doesn't actually have bullets in her base ID. Okay. Sweater because she's grandma. You know, I don't think I'd get that otherwise from her. So, let's see. What do I glean about her just looking at her? She seems like another calm character. She is wearing the entirety of all the elements of her outfit. She feels like a detective almost over here with her trench coat. But I'm gonna guess that that is also probably military influence as opposed to being detective influenced, maybe. She seems like she does prioritize function by the fact that she has exchanged the more office shoe or, just office shoe, I guess, or formal shoe for boots. Her clothing is tight to her body, so it wouldn't get in the way if she's fighting, maybe. Another character with more or less the same hair silhouette, unfortunately. Sinclair and Don Quixote want their hairstyle back. Can we please get another one? Please, please give me another hairstyle. She seems a little bit calm, a little bit calculating, maybe. That's really all the more I'm getting from it. Whoa. Ooh, okay. Militaristic, extreme suck-up to the manager, very drill sergeant abusive to her coworkers, generally tactical, implied to be scheming against you. Ah, okay, excellent observations, executive teacher, thanks. Biggest bootlicker. Okay, short hair's good for fighting, that's true, tell that to Ishmael though. It is practical for fighting, but you could still have a character have their hair pulled back in a ponytail or something, and that could work in the favor of being practical, but also having a slightly different silhouette, right? You know? We can still do practicality without everyone having to have more or less the same short haircut. But, you know what's so funny? I complain about there being no short hair in other games. Genshin Impact never does short hair. This game pretty much only does short hair, but I wish they had more variety in their short hair. This is like the flip side of what I usually talk about. I'm Thornbloom. And Angro, thank you guys for following. Hiccup. So Honglu. Oh, Honglu does have a ponytail. That is longer hair. Gregor has a ponytail too. Yes, I mean, I do appreciate that they have the ponytails. They could still do something more different with her. Where she could have a high ponytail that is more in the shape language of the rest of her hair. Where, like, it could still, like, come out and down like that. Although maybe a high ponytail doesn't feel as strict. If that's what they're going for with her. A low ponytail might feel more that way. Similarly, if she had like a really tight bun, that could feel like she is somebody who is in relation to authority or something like that. But then that just adds something to her silhouette that she is missing. Could have had even shorter hair. That's also true. We could have gone way shorter with her hair also, potentially. I do the ponytail? Noted. Borderline undercut. Oh, see, like, that would be interesting. I'm not saying to go bald, but yeah, military bun as being a more likely angle here. Hair almost touches the ground. Interesting. Symbol on her shoulder and the ego art looks familiar. Okay. Oh, medical. No, wait, hang on. Lying. This is the is this the staff of Hermes or is this the Caduceus? Hermes, okay. We get those confused often. Hermes staff, okay. One has one snake and none has another snake, and I feel like, didn't Yam just tell me last Friday that the one snake is the real medical version, but we, for some reason, do two snakes? Oh, Caduceus is one snake. Hermes for travel, okay. Is this meant to be a medical reference, or is it just that? Is Caduceus medical only? Hermes, not Asclepius, okay. All right, so no medical. Same. Travel in My Odyssey? I would never imagine it. That's why I was questioning about whether it's medical, but travel does make sense. Oh, it is the symbol in the background too. Okay, you're right. the wings, around the staff, and the snakes. They do a lot of shadows. And I guess they're trying to make it seem like the gun blade is what's casting that shadow, which is very interesting. Whoa, wait, this gun blade is designed in a very interesting manner. I say tilting my head 90 degrees as if I can't just rotate this. The gun, I think, is along the back edge of the blade, which is very interesting. You'd have to, like, point the gun straight out at... How would you hold that to fire? Practicality questions are gonna distract me. Fixated on her watch as well on the IDs, which is the sinner icon. Is there some... I know in the Odyssey, time is important because it takes him such a long time to get home. Is there any more relevance to time or a clock for her than that? Because I see that she does have a timepiece here, but I don't see it at all here. Unfortunately. Stabs you with the sword and then shoots you with the gun. Oh, okay. Interesting. And we haven't gotten to Otis's canto yet. Okay, so we don't know any more depth. Odysseus is Hermes' descendant. I didn't remember that either, but okay. It's under her sleeve. Using the ego, she stabs the enemy. Okay, we don't know the relevance, but it's repeating in every ID. It's a time collector ID called T-Corp. Back for the suitors take his wife. Ah, okay, so she's just trying to get home on a deadline before she loses her wife. Maybe. T-Core ID, steampunk stuff with... Without her, we don't know much about her. Okay, that's okay. All her IDs have watches. Okay, important to note, this one just doesn't have it. Clearly, we can see it. So I guess time is a motif for her. I do see also the horse in her icon, that is the Trojan horse, in all likelihood. I am nothing at all. That's unfortunate, girl. So, rating her. Conceptually, I feel like I got a pretty accurate read on her, once again, as far as personality goes. For her silhouette, still pretty non-distinct, unfortunately. The fact that her jacket is cut differently does make it clear that she is not Sinclair or Don Quixote, so I will leave her right there. Let me erase the things that I haven't spoke about yet. Concept, I think she's doing fine. I think I'm picking up what they're putting down for her as much as I can. For color palette, she's the same as everyone else, unfortunately. She's not really adding anything. Complexity versus clarity, she does feel like she's a little more detailed because her layering is a little bit more different, but honestly, it's not that much. Her shoes are doing something for me where they set her apart a little bit more as well. But I'm still missing something here. Focal point for her is definitely this entire area. Once again, because we don't really have a lot of these really warm undertone colors happening throughout the body. This is much cooler in the black tones. So that makes her face focal, but still the same thing as all the characters seem to be having, which is really bright white collar and then red tie, is still sort of stealing the focus from her face again. I don't really want to have to put her in a gray shirt again, but it is still kind of distracting. I think about what I would do to her hair to make her head more focal. I don't know. My solution is usually just knock back whatever is stealing the focus, which is this. Also, this is doing that repetition thing again. We've heard Grand Party like 9 times. Where are my gnomes? We didn't get a single gnome today. I don't think we will get a gnome. Let's see, where are the gnomes? Actually, I don't even think I'll be able to pick a gnome. I don't know what the gnome songs are called. Carnival, Canto. It really is doing that thing where it shuffles, but it's not really shuffling. It's lying to me. Just pick a different song. Lone Wolf, I guess. Let's see if we randomly get gnome in the last 10 minutes. We haven't got any gnomes today. Yeah, Magic Bullet. Okay, we can do Magic Bullet as our final song. Yeah, YouTube Shuffle kind of sucks, unfortunately. Oh, wait, hang on. I was problem solving. Multiply layer. Trying to make this less focal. Just by making it darker. Reducing contrast. I wonder if her eyes were darker, it would also make us look to her face more. Like, not this dark. But like that. Making her face a little bit more stark. Although I feel like that changes her expression a little bit, but it's just, her head isn't as focal as it could be. We're close. We're in the right area of the body generally, but it's just not all the way there, unfortunately. Magic Bullet kind of suits her. Oops, all gnomes? Really? Oh wait, is Magic Bullet the name of the ID? Oh, okay. I thought that was gonna be the name of the gnome song. Magic Bullet or G-Core. Stronger for story without context, though. I would say Magic Bullet is cool. Okay. We have 10 minutes. Very quickly, let's see. Is Magic Bullet what it's called? Is that the real name of it? Clean up. Wuthering Heights, Chief Butler. Oh, there we go. Magic Bullet. Okay. Some of them we weren't calling what their actual name was. Oh. Interesting. Let me just see. What was the other one you guys were saying? G-Core? Blade lineage. G-Core head manager. Oh wait, a bunch of them had the G-Core head manager ones. Oh. So she does seem like she is more military inspired. Oh wait, what is going on with her silhouette there? Okay, interesting. Alright. Okay, let's pull one of these fellows open. Let me give a grade though. So I would say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Oh my god, they're all the same. This has consistency of the likeness of Arknights. That's 7.5, I just forgot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. I can give them that. They are consistent. They are even uniform. Go figure. Let's see. I'm gonna grab Magic Bullet. It seems like there might be a little bit more going on with this one, but I'm not sure. Paste. No, paste. There we go. And then grab the idle sprite. Ah, okay. Interesting. So this is like military captain, almost. See, this is how you use a spot black. If you want to push someone back, this is how you use a spot black. We just decide that we don't need any information in that area. The legs are just totally unimportant. This is a better use of the spot blacks than other of the miniature versions, little chibis, have worked. It's a glitch? Make the uniform. Yeah. Magic Bullet's kind of the second best given we don't have a capstone one. Yeah. Poor Elemental, thank you for following. All 7 out of 10, so they don't really overshadow each other. That's true, although I do still think some of them are a couple points stronger than the others. But yeah, she's got her sniper rifle, she's got her bloodied, bandaged hands, which, if I'm thinking about soldiers, we usually see that in the capacity of being outside in the winter when you can't take care of your fingers, and then your skin ends up splitting and you end up bleeding all over the place, unfortunately. Sniper rifle's magic, creates portals so every bullet hits its target. Interesting. Powder burns too, yeah. Yes, plot significance, okay. I see. German story about a few bullets that would never miss, but the last will bring pain to the shooter. If it doesn't pierce your heart, aim for your loved one. Bandaged hands come... Bandages reference a creature about cutting its wrists in a bathtub. Okay, alright. So a lot more specific in the reference there, but I do see it working as far as the military aesthetic goes. She's got a high collar, which is nice for silhouette a little bit, but I still wish there was way more exaggeration in this silhouette. Hang on. Silhouette can stay right where it is. Color palette is more interesting because we have black and red and blue and gold. Got more variety, which is sort of what I was feeling that we were lacking before. Complexity versus clarity. Things are a little bit more specific here, but honestly, I still feel like we could use a little more detail, but it's hard to say because we don't have like a full body render of it, unfortunately. The watch? Where's the watch? Oh, she's wearing a watch around her wrist. I see that. So it's not a timepiece, it's a full watch now. That should come more from the animation, unfortunately. I'm looking at the animation and it's not exaggerating her silhouette very much. The guard sprite and the moving sprite do a little bit, but like not really. Not a ton. Not as much as would need. Every Otis has a watch. Yes. What did I say here? Focal point. The focal point for this one, I would say, is her face, because the red on her hands is really pushed back. Her face is once again the only thing that is sort of surrounded by these warmer brown tones. So I would say that this is working better focally than the other one was. Conceptually, I'm getting a military angle. I don't know if I'm reading that there's a magic angle going on here. I'm not sure how I would convey that, especially. Bandages are her ego gift. Okay. Her face is the focal point. Dang right. Yep. Ego is the same as the ID, which might help. Okay. More cursed angle, blue smoke, sprite animations for that, suppose. Attack show the magic. If the FX shows the magic, then I guess that helps. I am looking at some of them. Nope, that's just her meleeing with it. None of these animations it's showing me have her using anything of magic. Skill 1 is her smacking them with the butt of it. Skill 2 is her, again, smacking them with the butt of it. Skill 3... Oh, there's a little bit of magic, and then she shoots, but it doesn't really show anything from what it's showing. The weapon does shoot allies. Oh, God, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing the bullet. They really could have played that up. It's stronger. Skill 3 is a lot of variation. Okay. I still feel like we could use a little bit more of the magic visually in the design, but it's not bad. If that's something that is important to this character. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Was that true? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure. I'd say this is probably a point stronger in some ways. And because we have 4 minutes, I just want to see what that other one was. The G-Corps head manager. I think this is just leaning more military. Yeah. It is just a more military interpretation. But with a crazy headdress situation happening. What is going on with that? She's got wooden antlers? Yeah, okay. What is up with the wooden antlers? Is that a particular reference that I'm not getting? Is that... The Trojan horse doesn't have antlers. Bug antlers. Bug stuff. Oh, is this in relation to the Gregor stuff going on? Because I guess they did have a military angle going on at the end, didn't they? In his, his capstone ID, right? Or was that not his capstone ID? Bug is tied to G-Corps. Okay, turns their worker into bugs. Yeah, I see military angle here. These are adding a lot to the silhouette, which I am a fan of. Just really quickly. Uh-oh, stray pixels. Yeah. These add a lot to the silhouette. They're carrying the silhouette. The fact that this is tattered also adds a bit. Nope, no singing. We don't permit that here. Go away. Yeah, bug antlers. Yeah, copyright, don't worry. For support characters in the game. Okay, so silhouette. I would finally move the silhouette up to passing. Complexity versus clarity. I do think that there's a little bit of low contrast happening in the outfit, but it's not as bad as some of the others. And the color isn't as interesting as some of the others were either. For focal points, it is the face, because once again we are doing color blocking. Warm on the top half, cool on the lower half. Although these end up being very focal because of the shape and the huge negative space they create. Close enough. It's on the head. Concept motifs. She looks aligned to the types of outfits that I saw from Gregor in that one. I think was it in his ego, maybe? Yeah. Gregor's a poster boy for the war, yes. They tell you that Otis' watch is broken. I don't think they did tell me that. Where's the watch on this one? Where are we hiding the watch? Is it once again just a wristwatch? Oh, yeah, probably. I'm gonna guess that that's what it is. Oh yeah, there it is. I see it down there too. Well, based off a minor bossy face in the first canto. Okay. First art will show it more. Yeah, I see. Otis won the war, Gregor lost. Uh-oh. Always a wristwatch. Except when it's not a wristwatch. Except not right here. I think that's what that is, right? Looks like she's holding a pocket watch. In this one. Oh, the wiki, every VFX is missing, so effect-heavy characters are missing a lot of visual interest. Oh! Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Always a pocket watch. Okay. So, I think that was the full grade here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again, but just a different stat spread for 8. Oh, we did it! We did it! We got through all of them! We did all of the, we got through all the sinners. We got every sin out of the way. It is 6 p.m. I finished exactly on time. Yippee! Here, gnomes for good measure. What is the gnome song called? Wait, we can't go the whole day without gnomes. What is the gnome song? I don't know what it's called. But I would like a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. This was a struggle to do 7. 7 is not within my usual capabilities, but I locked in. If you have recommendations, wow, for next week, or egos to take a look at, please let me know in the comments of the YouTube video. So that way I can take them into account, because that is where I'm going to grab them from. I'm going to try and have a bunch of them downloaded in advance, so I'm not just clicking around like funny. 5.5 Battle Christmas or something? Okay, let's see. I'm not seeing it. I couldn't escape it last time, and this time they didn't visit us once. Do my outro while I listen to it. Although I feel like it did actually upset everyone last time, because we heard it so many times. I can't find it in here. Oh, and now let's switch songs. Egos and distortions next? What are distortions? I have not forayed into what that is. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find this. If I just Google Limbus Company gnomes. Will anything arrive? Is it this? Yeah, this is gnomes. There we go. Beep, 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 beep. Funny little guys. Worst OST in the game? Sorry. You have to deal with it now. But thank you all for being here with me today. We did a good job locking in. I don't think I got one guide. This does in fact kind of sound like Gary trying to sing. He's doing his best. So, like a generally okay idea of the characters at this point. Next week, we're going to look at egos and potentially the characters that those egos are based on, because in some capacity, even though we did like grade that one, what was it, Heathcliff? And we did grade that one Meursault, their outfits, oh my god, I can't think because of the gnomes. The gnomes are taking over my brain, actually. Oh, we've been raided. Hi, welcome in. Welcome to Gnomes. I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, also an educator, and we are just wrapping up looking at the character designs of Limbus Company for the day. I'm explaining what we're doing next week as far as continuing our foray into Limbus Company. But welcome in. Nice to see you. How was your stream? Nebula. Oh. I can grab a little shout out situation. Let's see. Mwah. I need an and symbol there, don't I? Yep, there we go. Bam! No. Bam! Got it! Might be interesting to know some of the factions. Library of Rooney has some character designs. Oh, 2-hour art stream, only 45 minutes of art. Honestly, understandable. That's how I tend to do things, accidentally. Can we see? Can I have a little bit of art tax? I was on my way out, so we might do a little bit of double raid here, but could I maybe request some art tax for you before you go? Maybe, potentially, perhaps. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Shrewmates. Trant. We didn't rotate for them either. We didn't rotate for the Raiders. Hang on, what happened? We're locked out. We were so locked in that we forgot to rotate for the Raiders. There we go. Hope you had a good stream, though, doing art. I know how that goes with saying you're going to do art and then just yapping, because that is the kind of person that I am. What can you do? But just real quick, I'll end on the YouTube end, because I don't have to raid out on YouTube, but next week, egos, and then looking at the NPCs that some of those egos are based on. Yeah. Rotation me. Art tax is something that we ask for on the Twitch end for people who raid in who are working on art. If they would like to share it with us, Nebula, if you'd like to share what you worked on stream, we would love to see. Oh, yep, Moobot in a classic move has ripped the link from our little fingers. That's okay. You were allowed to send a link anyway. We can jostle Moobot for that transgression. Thank you, Rex, for jostling Moobot. Let's see. Let's see what you were working on. Bam. Do we write the ABNO name in the comment? Yeah, you should. The abnormality name, yes. Give me details about them. That would be helpful. Make my research easier! Certain Pink Panther would love that spin? What Pink Panther? What do you mean? Huh? When my song is as close we get to Farm Watch? What is Farm Watch? I don't know what you're talking about. Look at this cute art, though! Deltarune fan art. I don't really know much about Deltarune, but I do recognize the main character, question mark? Is that who this is? I'm not sure who this is, but they've got good silhouettes, and they're cute little chibis. Good work. They're very cute, Nebula. Thank you for sharing delectable little art snack with us. I appreciate it. I'm not talking about Farm Watch? You guys are distracting me, and I have no idea what you're talking about, but that, I guess, is the way things go, also, with this game, it seems like. Chris Love? Yeah! Is that what the character's name is? Is the main character Chris? It's very cute. Thank you for sharing your art with us. It was delectable, Nebula. I'm glad you had a good stream doing some art. I know how it goes with doing a stream and speaking instead of completing the artwork, because that's what I do. But I do have to also get going, unfortunately. I gotta name these. Actually, I don't have to name these while I'm live. Magic. But I won't do it if I don't do it right this second. Close this. Files, save as, and this is a G-core. There we go. Nailed it. The silence is killing me because there's nothing happening in the background. Strong silhouette. That is true. We were talking about silhouette so much today. The funny little doodles from Nebula have good, strong silhouette, potentially. And then Limbus Company, sometimes, it seems. But, yes. Thank you all for joining me! YouTube fellas, I can't send you anywhere, unfortunately, because, YouTube doesn't let me do that. But I appreciate you all being here. I will see you, maybe, if you want us to come back for tomorrow. I'm going to be showing how to set up PNG-Tube Remix, if you were interested in VTubing in any capacity, setting up a funny little animated PNG tuber. It's like PNG tuber with like extra bells and whistles and movement. It's very cute. If you are here for the Limbusing, come back Thursday. Or if you just like critiques, we do character design critiques for VTubers every Monday, so you're welcome to come join us for that as well, if you would like. Link in chat to pseudo-raid, I guess? You know what? I guess I could give you the link in chat to where we're going on YouTube. I just have never done that. Or where we're going on Twitch. Interesting idea. I could do that. Potentially. Whoops, opens my own stream. That's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. Rating out is what I wanted to do. No advertisement. We are rating out. Thank you, Twitch. Nice try, though. But, let's see. Who's doing things right now? Alright, that's fair. Let's see. I guess I can send you guys over via that. Hang on. Whoa, wait, stop. No. Who is live right now? Who is doing things that may or may not be art related? Or maybe you're interesting things for us to watch them doing. Maybe. Many option. We haven't rated. Oh, somebody's working. Oh wait, we rated them recently. See, I still struggle with this so much. Thank you, Rex, for getting the raid message. Let's see. Four Leaf Island we haven't worked on in a while. They're making name badges, I believe. So here, we'll start that going. And then I don't actually know how to get a link for YouTube fellas. Oh, there we go. Wait, hang on. Copy, paste, link. Got it. There. Here. You can have this if you would like for rating. There we go. YouTube fellas, if you would like to go stop by where we are rating on Twitch, you can go do so. You can say Shroomate Raid, which I can't actually copy and paste for you, unfortunately, but you can just say hi, maybe, is all you need to do. But thank you all for being here with me today, and I will perhaps see you tomorrow, or maybe Monday, or maybe even next Thursday. Bye!